Good evening, everybody. How are we feeling? Can you hear me well? There's the thumbs. Good, good, good. How was the weekend? Okay. How's the studying going? Are people leaving you alone? Or do you have to fight for it? That's good. Sometimes you have to sneak around, fight for it, I would imagine. Well, let's see here. Yeah, not long enough. I can relate to that. Okay. Cool. That's great. Somebody said, been doing a lot of test questions. That's a good thing to be doing. Probably right about now. If you haven't yet, but you're thinking of, signing up for one of those test bank services, one of which is Learn Test Pass, you probably have enough content under your belt to benefit from it. If you go ahead and do that now, especially after this week, because this week we're talking about a huge topic, talking about agency. This is the topic that's in the news right now too. Who has actually been reading or at least seen the headlines for the lawsuits with regard to agency in real estate? Anybody? Hands up if you have. No. It's not prevalent enough for the consumer, I think, for them to really notice. But now that it's on your radar, you'll probably, your brain will tune into it a little more. And it could possibly change the way we structure the routing of the money. I've got some opinions about it, but none of that matters. What really matters is teaching you how this works now. And so that's what we're going to get into tonight, is how it works. How does the money, who pays us? How do we get paid and from whom? But does getting paid by someone mean that we owe that person the most loyalty, obedience, etc.? All those fiduciary duties that we're going to learn about tonight as well. And the answer to that is not necessarily. Just because someone is the origin of our paycheck doesn't mean that's the one that we owe the most to. And it's been a weird, sort of unique industry in that way, the whole real estate industry. So we'll look at the history of how agency came about. We'll look at how it works today, and we'll see what makes it kind of strange. And we might even touch on a little bit of what the challenge is. What is the source of these lawsuits, and how are they challenging how we do it today? We won't spend a lot of time on that at all, because as it stands, the current test, what you need to know to pass, is based on the way it is now, not the way it might be in the future. So let's start with a little bit of a review and finish up the environmental chapter, Unit 20 in the yellow book, Section 6 in the syllabus. Here we are. And the most important, I'd say, couple of environmental issues for your test would be lead-based paint. They like to test you on that because in real life, out there in the wild, we deal with that the most. And underground storage tanks, and how are these different environmental hazards handled, corrected? The big fancy word is remediated. How are they remediated? That could be a very testable item. So tell me in the chat, if it's determined that a property has lead-based paint, how do you remediate lead-based paint? How do you fix it? What are two main ways you can deal with lead-based paint to make it safe or corrected? Remediated might be another word for corrected. There you go. Yeah. We're either taking it all out or we're covering it up. Remove it completely or encapsulate it. Which one do you think is the cheapest solution? Much cheaper and much probably even more effective, because what is the danger of lead-based paint? What is it that we're trying not to do with lead-based paint? What makes it dangerous? What causes this sickness? Yeah, making it into dust that gets breathed in. And so the removal process makes it into dust, which could easily get breathed in. That's why the removers have to wear the big hazmat suits with the respirators. So easier, more effective, probably safer to just put another coat of paint on it. So with all that said, what do we as brokers need to do when our seller asks us, what do I need to know or do about this lead-based paint? What's the deal with lead-based paint? What is our responsibility to inform that seller? All we need to tell the seller to do is tell what you can tell. Tell what you know. Does the seller know for sure that there's lead-based paint? Then they need to tell it. But does that mean the seller has to figure it out, have it tested? In the chat, does the seller have to get it tested for lead-based paint to put their house on the market? They do not. They do not. That's the big testable question to watch out for. Just because it's a house built before 1978 does not mean the seller is obligated to get it tested. But if they have, for any reason, had it tested and happen to know for a fact that it's got lead-based paint, then they do need to disclose it, right? So that was the gist of lead-based paint. We talked about the documents that are required for it. And one of them is this. This is the actual lead-based paint disclosure. It's a big, long word. We like the big, long titles in this industry. And it is the lead-based paint hazard addendum. And it just says exactly what we just reviewed. It says it's a part of the offer to purchase. And during the due diligence period, which we'll learn more about in chapters 9 and 10, basically the inspection period. The due diligence period is the time that it's smart for the buyer to get any inspections done that they want to have done. Because what that buyer is trying to determine is, do I really want to buy this? Or will the inspector find something out about this house that I need to know that's important enough to me to not want to buy it? That's what we're doing during the due diligence period. Are we sure? Moving my little adjustments around, sorry, so you can see things better. There we go. So during the due diligence period, the buyer has the right, if they want to get a risk assessment done or inspection of the property for the presence of. So that's one of the things that this document talks about down here is, hey, buyer, what do you want to do? We're telling you there might be lead-based paint in there somewhere, but you tell us now with this document, do you want to look for it? Do you want to accept the opportunity to look for it? Is that what you're planning to do? Or are you just going to waive that opportunity and just say, you know what, I was going to paint over it again anyway, and it probably already has 30 coats of paint over it since 1978, so not too worried about it. So testable, what does this disclosure tell? Whether the seller knows something about lead-based paint in the home or not. If they do, tell it. If they don't, that's, hey, I just don't know. You're going to have to figure it out yourself, buyer. I, the seller, don't have to give you a report. And it's just to check the box. Which is it? Do you know or don't you know? Check the box. And then if they do know, check these boxes. Here's all the records I've got. Check the box signifying that, yeah, this is what I got a test done. I did a mail away test last year because I had to have work done on the property, and that contractor couldn't do the work without making sure that it didn't have lead-based paint or whatever it is. And then if they don't have any records, that would be this other option. And then the buyer one we just talked about, here's the other thing the buyer says, I got the statement. And the buyer initial here saying that they've received the seller's statement above and any sort of reports that they've provided showing that it had or it did or didn't have it. And then the pamphlet called Protect Your Family from Lead in Your Home, provided for free by the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. So let's look at that just real quick. You could Google this and get it for free. That's what I did right before class to get the most recent version. I just Googled protect your family from lead in the home and picked the one under EPA and downloaded this PDF. And we will not spend much time here, but you could kind of scroll through it, and it just talks about the dangers of lead-based paint, what's the deal with it, how it could affect a person, and particularly children and really old people are a little or more sensitive to it. And what the test might look like. And so this is required to be provided to the buyer as well. And so that's what they're checking right here. They're saying, yep, I got that. I saw it. And then this is one of the few disclosure documents that has a place for us to initial or sign. And we're saying the agent has informed the seller of their obligations. So the listing agent has told their client, the seller, what they are required to provide with regard to lead-based paint. And that's it. Listing agent signs down here at the bottom. The selling agent signs up there on the other side. And that brings up a good point. The two words, listing agent and selling agent, notice they are on opposite sides of the page as I get my head out of the way, maybe. Tell me in the chat, who is the selling agent helping? Selling agent, S-E-L-L-I-N-G. Is the selling agent helping the seller or the buyer? Seller or buyer? Selling agent. Are they helping the seller or are they helping the buyer? I'm seeing a little bit of a difference here. And for whatever reason, and I can't come up with a reasonable way for you to remember it because it just doesn't make sense either way. I could see a case for both. I guess it makes sense both ways. But if we're dealing with a buyer and they could have their own agent that's helping them, the seller has their own agent that's helping them. One good name for that agent that's helping the seller is the listing agent. And one name for the agent that's helping the buyer is the buyer's agent. But just because you're helping the buyer doesn't automatically make you the buyer agent, the name of buyer agent. We're going to get more into that tonight. But there is a word that always means you're on the buyer's side. Whether you're a buyer agent or this other thing that's confusing at first, but we'll talk more about tonight, called a sub-agent to seller. So anytime you see in the test, any practice questions, real test, PSI, the word selling agent, think they're helping the buyer. Some way or another, they're helping the buyer's side. If they're helping the seller, it's probably going to be the word listing agent. It might be the word seller's agent, right? Possessive with the S, but it won't be selling. Selling is the buyer. I can't rationalize it for you. You're just going to have to memorize it. Selling, ing, means they're helping the buyers in some way or another. Either this way, or even another thing called dual agency we'll talk about. So we'll get more into that later. But that's something we see there on the disclosure. So that's lead-based paint. When it comes to these hazards, we're looking at how are we exposed? What is the risk? How do we fix it? And the seller's not required to get it tested, but if they have to tell. Asbestos is another one that is handled in the same two possible ways as lead-based paint. Asbestos is either removed or covered up. It is also breathed in. That is the danger. Instead of dust, it's friable filaments, tiny little filaments, and I just think of the Pink Panther insulation stuff that you feel itchy on your hands if you forget to wear gloves. Think of those little tiny filaments sticking into your lung tissue, and over time could cause cancer. It was banned in 78. There is not an asbestos addendum like there is a lead-based paint one. So if the seller knows for sure there's asbestos, they have to tell it. But they don't have to provide a document like they do for lead-based paint. Can't tell you why. Just know that they don't. Looks like this. It's a great product for what the original intention was, and that is fire resistance. But it also causes cancer, so it kind of ruins the positives. And then so on the siding version, if it's the siding of the house, covering it up with vinyl siding might be an option. Or scraping it up off the floor and putting new flooring, or covering it up with different flooring. Another one was radon, radioactive gas, colorless. Here's what's important for that: colorless and odorless. You can't smell it. It's got to be detected with a device, either a machine or a test kit. And then what those items are doing is taking a reading for once an hour for 48 hours minimum. And the average of that reading cannot exceed 4 picocuries per liter of air, 4 teeny tiny pieces, particles per liter of air. If it exceeds 4, then it is considered a material fact and it needs to be addressed. And that's how it's addressed. This device on a closing that I should have hopefully next week, they had to put one of these in. I think I took a picture of it, but it looks pretty much like this in all cases. There was this one. It's like a foam, pressed wood or foam insulation kind of product, releases gas, banned in 1982, reduced to a warning. We don't go too much into depth here, so don't worry too much about that. Mold is multiple species, could be any number of different species of mold. Moisture is what it feeds off of, moisture and wood. So when you combine wet wood, moisture and wood, the concern is mold might start growing at a certain level of moisture content. And then here's a very testable item. When things like floods and hurricanes happen, yes, the insurance policy might cover the flood damage, but they quite likely will not cover the mold remediation because it's sort of a side effect. Then we talked about USTs, underground storage tanks. We as brokers are responsible on all of these things to know enough to look for them as a red flag. And so the red flag for all of these things that we've talked about so far is pretty much age of home. Certain age of house might have some of these things. And I'm thinking for underground storage tanks, if it's a 1930, 40, 50s era house that might have had like an oil furnace for heat, then it's quite possible that it used a buried or underground storage tank to hold that oil because they're not pretty. Right? People wanted to keep their backyards pretty, so they would bury these things. Problem is, over the years, they could rust through and the oil gets out into the soil, and now we have a problem. And if you have a seller who knows that this is a problem, they could very well try to saw these things off and hide them. And so a good inspector is going to recognize this is an old enough house that it might have had this kind of furnace, so maybe I'll poke around in the flower beds, see if I can identify or find any sort of underground storage tank that may not have been properly handled. The best way to handle it is to pull it up, get rid of it. Second other solution would be to fill it up, empty it, fill it up with a sand or some kind of a medium like that so that it's still structural, it won't collapse, and hopefully absorb whatever toxic stuff might be in there. But our duty as brokers is to let our buyer know, seller or buyer, look, this might be a thing that we have to deal with. So FYI. We just talked about this one, about environmental liability, and I think we left off saying that the one who currently owns it, if there's an environmental violation, some sort of a problem, current owners responsible for the cleanup costs, because it might very well be the one who actually is guilty of putting that underground or buried garbage dump in the back corner of the property in the woods is no longer alive, is no longer able to pay for anything. They're broke, can't find them. So it's more important, I guess, as the government is saying, it's more important to get it cleaned up than to fairly cause or charge the person who did it, right? That's what strict liability means. And then there's some other, depending on the part of the state you're in, other localized environmental laws, Coastal Area Management Act, Dredge and Fill Act. You can't dig out soil from in the water without a permit, because that could cause problems and damage to natural areas, affecting animals, flora, fauna, erosion. Carbon monoxide is not addressed in the course, but it's a real life thing. And it's another colorless, odorless gas. But how is it emitted? What's the source of carbon monoxide? Anybody have experience with that or happen to know? You got it. Gas-powered appliances, natural gas appliances. So if you have a gas furnace and one of the parts inside that gas furnace is called a heat exchanger, if you have a cracked heat exchanger, which happens over time, it could emit carbon monoxide gas, not dioxide. That's the stuff we breathe out when we exhale. Carbon monoxide, CO. And that CO can kill you while you're sleeping. Enough of it concentrated, you just sleep to death. You don't wake up. So we need a machine, a device. If we have gas-related appliances, gas water heater, gas furnace, gas log fireplace, anything fueled by natural gas, if it goes wrong, could emit this CO as a byproduct and be dangerous. It's not a bad closing gift to give somebody. Hey, here's a Lowe's card for a CO monitor so you have a nice new one. And they are typically required code in the counties that you're in. So when we see these pretty power lines, these high tension power lines, they're pretty controversial because there's nothing super definitive. I just had one, that's the same one that's closing next week. It's on the lake at Mountain Island in the middle of Charlotte. And what comes with owning lakefront property on that lake is these are around. They're just there because Duke Power is the main energy source and they use these. And it's a sort of a low one that we're dealing with, but it's visible when you go out the front door of this house this lady's buying. She's not too worried about it because it's the backyard view that she likes more than the front yard view, because you can see the lake and get to the lake because it's lakefront. So part of our process in helping her decide whether to buy that house was getting to the bottom of this. She wanted to know, what's the risk? And so I talked to a friend of mine who works for Duke as an engineer, and he said he was more worried about plain like telephone and radio signals than he is about high tension power line signals. That's pretty much what we all are walking around all the time, right? Your 5G phone is probably more risky than a high tension power line is the idea, which not very much comfort in a way. But a couple questions is, how old are these lines? Are they coated? Then the new ones might have more insulation around them. The question is some sort of electromagnetic radiation, and does that cause damage? Does it cause problems with kids, developmental issues, things like that? So currently, as it sits, due to the lack of definitive, results in any sort of long-term testing, there's no requirement for disclosure. It's kind of hard to miss it. But one thing we do when we're taking listing photos is crouch a little bit and move over to the left so that the tree blocks it so it looks prettier in the listing photo, but you can't hide it once they get out there, right? And there's a case that could be made, don't hide it at all, because if they're not going to like it when they get out there, maybe just take the picture and let them see what they're going to be getting instead of wasting their time. There's no requirement for us when we take listing photos to take them from every certain angle and give them an actual full, and that's what Google Earth is for. So that's pretty useful as a buyer agent if they're worried about weird neighbors like those electric, what is it called? Those substations, electric substations, or just anything like this. You can figure that out just by a quick Google Earth search. Waste disposal sites. I'm geographically related to this topic because within 2 or 3 miles of my house is the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and next to it is this thing. One of these, a landfill. It is very scientific. They have a layer of clay at the very outermost part. It's also got 2 or 3 feet of topsoil. It's got plants and landscaping, and since it's garbage, which includes all kinds of different things, the decomposition, the natural decomposing of that stuff emits gas. So that gas has to be vented out so it doesn't explode and cause some sort of a sinkhole and explosion. So we went to local high school football game a couple of weeks ago that happens to be right beside this landfill, J.M. Robinson High School. As soon as we got out of the car, I didn't smell it, but my wife said, "What is going on?" And I said, "Well, it wasn't me." And I said, maybe it was that the landfill expels the gas on some sort of a schedule. Maybe they vent those gases. I don't know. But other guys that we were standing in line with, they said they smelled something too. But again, as brokers, what is our responsibility? Disclosure. Just let them know. This is the other issue when you're selling in an area that's not super familiar to you. And it is certainly allowed. You can go an hour and a half away from your house to sell property. You can get pretty quickly up to speed on valuation with the MLS. What are things selling for out there? But do you know that there's one of these right around the corner? So you need to have a way to figure out these sorts of things and do your research to help your buyer know what they're getting into. Don't let that buyer buy it without finding out what they're. It would be terrible a week after closing for them to find out this is what's on the other side of that pretty grassy hill down the road. And oops, sorry, 3 months out of the year, you just smell constant bad smells. So that's what the whole point is to avoid there. That's the gist of environmental. It's a quick one, quick chapter. So watch out for that. Let's get on into this big one. And talk about Unit 7. Brokerage and the law of agency. We've got some level 1 content. Just terminology, definitions. Unfair Deceptive Trade Practices Act, the lead-based paint. We'll talk a little more in depth about that. We've pretty much covered it. Implied agency versus express agency. The words express and implied are pretty important to keep straight in your mind. That they apply. We'll see those words in contracts. An express contract, we'll get into that in chapter 9 and 10. An express agency versus implied. Some other agency terms, our role as a fiduciary, meaning a person of trust that gets to know some pretty confidential information about our client. We need to be worthy of that trust. And the variety of ways that we can work with a client. So why do people work with us anyway? What's the whole point of using a real estate agent? And it's a variety of things, right? They want us, for one thing, maybe it used to be that they came to us because it was the only way to get access to most of the properties. But that is pretty much gone. Right? Over the last 10, 15 years, Zillow came along and got permission from us, listing agents, to let our listings show up on their website from the MLS. And that just exploded. And now all these other companies, Realtor.com, Homes.com, all sorts of real estate websites have permission that we've given them to put our listing info out there so that the general public can see it and use it as a reason to ask for more information. So we are no longer gatekeepers to the listings so much. If that's all you have to offer as a broker, you're going to go out of business. You've got to offer a lot more than that. And part of that is negotiation. You need to be a good negotiator. A lot of people like to brag about being a good negotiator, but the general public doesn't really like to do it. They just don't. They just want to get it over with. Some do. Some of you might be thinking, I do. Well, that's probably why you're drawn to this career. But the average Joe just wants to get to the bottom line. Let's get it done. And by the way, they're going to lie to their dad about how great they did at negotiating anyway. So what does it really matter? That's sometimes I don't tell them that directly, but I'm thinking, why do you care about $2 more off the price just so that you can brag to your parents? You're going to make up how much you really got anyway. We're there to help them have a level playing field. Because if we're a buyer's agent helping that buyer and they want to buy a house that's represented by a listing agent and they go in there by themselves, no agent, well, it's just them. Maybe they've only sold a house a couple of times in their lives. That listing agent may have done 2 last week and 2 more the week before. Maybe they've done 50 in a year. It's probably an unfair advantage. So to be able to have your own agent levels that playing field. So we have lots of things, and just finding the house is probably 20% of the tasks that we need to do that justify having an agent. Now, helping them figure out what it's worth, making an offer, getting that offer negotiated, then getting under contract, then the vast number of inspections and checks and appraisal and survey and figuring out what does it all mean, negotiating the repairs that can come about once we find out what all's wrong with that property. That's a whole second set of negotiation. And then pulling it all together and coordinating with the lender, and all of the people who work for them, the paralegal, the closing attorney, the other brokers. It's a lot. It's really a lot. And it's not easy. I won't paint it to be pretty and simple. This is not an easy business to be in because you have a lot of emotions. Even in commercial, you have just a lot of people with different trains of thought. And I think with commercial, I would guess, I've not done very much of it, but I would guess ego might be a little more involved because it's more about the bottom line and getting something done. And I have done some commercial with regard to my own property, and it was pretty scary the way commercial works versus residential. So there's a lot of stress, right? There's a lot of buffering of emotion and getting two parties together. And part of it is somebody's fussing at you and you're tempted to tell your client that other party was yelling at you. But if that works to make your client angry too, and then start making irrational choices, it kind of defeats the purpose. You kind of put yourself above the transaction. So your best result in most of these transactions is to be the buffer. Pick someone unrelated, uninvolved in the transaction to vent to about how much of a jerk that person was. Don't let it be your client, because your client then might make some purchase decisions or negotiation decisions that would work against themselves. Just because it hurts your feelings doesn't mean they need to know about it. But for the most part, it's juggling all that stuff. And there's a lot. Back in the day, remember that day that we talk about from time to time, the day, once upon a time, there was no multiple listing service. And there was no buyer agency, official category called buyer agency. No agent ever specialized in working only with buyers. Buyers did not have the option to hire their own agent. And they didn't have that option until the mid-90s. The mid-1990s, buyer agency finally existed. That's pretty recent, right? In the grand scheme of things. In the 50s and older, if you wanted to sell your house, you either did it yourself or you hired an agent, and that agent put their sign in the yard. And if a buyer wanted to buy real estate, they couldn't just go to one resource and see everything for sale in the town. They would have to visit every real estate office and see what each one individually had for sale. Very inefficient, probably very frustrating. They had to deal with lots of different pushy salespeople. Because if you come into my office and I only have 11 houses for you to possibly buy, I'm going to try really hard to get you to buy one of those 11 houses because I don't get paid if you leave the door. It's very much like a car lot. That's why they're the way they are, right? They have a very small window of time to sell you. And if you go off the lot, walk off the lot, you probably aren't coming back. So it was a lot like that. And with real estate up and including the 50s, the only party represented was the seller. Only sellers. Buyer had no representation at all. So imagine this. There were two main real estate firms in the town. It's a little small town. The buyer walks in the door of firm A and says, hey, I want to buy a house. What do you got? And that broker told him about 15 houses that he had listed for sale. Okay, well, none of those are really doing it for me. Thanks for your time. Gone. Buyer went down the street to firm B. Hey, looking to buy a house. What do you got? Maybe they had 11. Oh, not really liking any of these. Okay, well, I'll be in touch. Page me if you get something. No, just kidding. Not in the 50s. I'll be back next week to see if you got some more, right? So that was how they had to do it. One day, I can only imagine this thing, how this might have evolved. An agent got a visit from a buyer, came in the door, said, how many listings you got? And the agent said, well, I got 15 right now. Oh, let me look at them. Nope, none of these look good to me. Okay, thanks for your time. And that agent possibly said, well, wait a minute. Before you leave, I did hear of a new listing coming up. Because let's say that agent went to breakfast with their competition that morning. And over breakfast, they found out that the agent across town was about to list a property. And they were bragging about what that property was, not because they thought they would ever get paid or they could help each other, just because like, oh, look what I'm going to get here soon. And so he realized maybe that one might work for this buyer. But again, how could he get paid on this? It wasn't possible until this point. And so maybe he had an idea. Maybe this broker, let's call him Bob, said, okay, wait a minute. You hold right there. I'm going to go in the back and make a phone call. And he calls his competition down the street and says, hey, Phil, I remember over breakfast you told me about that new listing? Well, I've got somebody here that I think might like it. And Phil said, well, great, send them over. I'd really appreciate it. And maybe Bob said, well, hang on, Phil, I've got an idea. I'll send him over if you'll agree to pay me a couple of bucks. Sort of like a referral fee. Oh. Well, we've never done it that way before, but it's been a while that this seller really needs to sell fast, and I would really like to impress them and have a buyer right away. So, okay, yeah, I'll agree to that. Maybe they came to an agreement about the money. And so Bob went back out front and said, hey, buyer, I do know of a listing, and if you go down the street to firm B, which he might have done anyway, but let's just roll with our point here. There's a new listing that he'll help you with. And so that buyer went down the street. Philip helped him with the listing. They got it sold. He made some money. He gave Bob some of that money. And what did Philip have to do? He received that buyer. And let's just say it was further away than down the street. And so he maybe wouldn't have had a guaranteed chance that buyer would have come across his path. He got a buyer because his colleague, his competition across town, hooked him up. But he had to show him the property. He had to guide him through the process. He had to write out the offer that the buyer wanted to make. Remember, he wasn't representing the buyer at any point. Meaning if that buyer had told Philip any secrets, it would have been Philip's legal responsibility to tattle to the seller of the secrets the buyer told. The buyer had no expectation of privacy. I'm pretty sure that got violated all the time, but the proper way to handle it would have been that the agent would have said, look, you're on your own. I'm representing the seller. Don't tell me anything you don't want the seller to know. But I have a feeling that if that buyer kind of liked Phil, he might have just opened up to him anyway and trusted that he wouldn't give away the secret. And I'll bet Phil might just have actually not told those secrets, which would have been improper because there was no legal thing, no legal type of agency representation available to the buyer, only to the seller. So I think agency was probably done improperly a lot back then. Buyers actually, think about it. If you're working with a buyer, for those of you who might have actually done that from the buyer perspective, you kind of get friendly with the agent. You start trusting them. They're telling you advice and pointers, and they're giving you advice on price and negotiating, and they might even tell you what inspectors are good. So you just naturally kind of feel like, oh, this person's helping me. And after enough help, day after day after day, you might feel like you could confide in them. Hey, just between you and me, don't tell the seller, but I'm going to offer $53,000, but if they won't take it, I'll go on up to 60. Well, back then there would have been no legal expectation for that agent not to tell the seller immediately, hey, they're offering 53, but I know for a fact they'll go to 60. Why don't you counter? And that would have been the proper thing for that agent to do, because they owed their loyalty and confidentiality to their seller, not to the buyer at all. Does that make sense? See how tricky this industry and the representation thing can be? So one day, let's say another buyer comes in Bob's office and says, hey, Bob, got any listings? And Bob says, I got 23 of them. Okay, let me look at them. Nope, none of these. But yet again, now Bob's radar is tuned in. Now he's always thinking, I don't have something that meets their needs, but maybe Phil does. And let me do that deal again, where I call him up and tell him I'll send this person his way. And maybe he'll pay me another referral fee and he can just take the ball and run with it. So he does. Bob calls Phil, says, Phil, I got a deal for you again. A buyer I think might like that new listing you got yesterday. But this time Phil is too busy. Philip is just busy as he can be. And he says, well, Bob, I wouldn't mind doing that again, but my problem is I don't really have time for it. How about I pay you a little more money than I did last time and you show it to that person? Why don't you stick with that buyer, help them out? I'll pay you a higher chunk than I have before, because now it's more like a sharing of maybe even half of the whole total commission instead of just a smaller referral fee, because I want Bob to take them out there and to spend his time showing the property to him, spend his time writing up the offer, spend his time negotiating and the inspections and whatever else, right? And so the idea of this cooperation came up that way. Now agents started doing this, and they would say, look, if you get a buyer, I'll let you show my listing and you represent the buyer the whole way through. And instead of me making the entire full commission that I'm charging of 6%, just an example, I will split it with you. I'll represent the seller. You represent the buyer. You do all the many, many things that you need to do to help a buyer, and I'll do the things that the seller needs help with, and we'll split it. We'll split that commission in some way, maybe not necessarily evenly, by the way. There's no requirement to split a commission 50-50, by the way. And so that was the 60s. It was in the 60s that this idea of agent cooperation was sort of just evolved and developed. Now agents were thinking, let's put all of our listings in one central location in a big catalog book about the size of that yellow textbook you have. When I got in the business in 1996, there were still a few agents in the office who subscribed to the book version. There was an internet version of the MLS, but the books were still being published. And I wish I had grabbed one and thrown it in the back of my closet, because it would have been pretty cool today to look at it. But it was huge every month, this big catalog, and it was stuff like this. A very difficult to see picture. What's that resolution, like 2? Fuzzy picture, weird abbreviations, and a very limited description here. And so the whole book was full of this. There was a section of the ones that are actively for sale. There was a section of ones that sold every month, because these books came out monthly. And there were the other categories too, ones that failed to sell. But that's a lot. In fact, this one looks like was from July to September. What about if a whole lot more came on the market within the month? So they would publish supplemental chunks, little tiny catalogs of additional data. because the multiple listing service, the MLS, is all about data. So that was a whole new thing. Now it's quicker for agents to know everything for sale in a market. Just open the book. And that's when they really became known and hired for their role as gatekeepers. Because not just anybody could get this book. Only people that subscribed to the multiple listing service. Every year, every month, you have to pay money. Well, now we pay quarterly. And so agents, you had to be an agent to subscribe, and you could have access. And there you go. That says it all. Only for authorized multiple list members only. Confidential. This isn't for the general public. This was our livelihood, or theirs, because I wasn't around. So what it brought about was the ability for a buyer to have access to all kinds of houses through only one agent. Can you imagine how, well, you've probably, who has not bought a car or known somebody or gone along with your parents who did? You had to go to 5 different car lots, talk to 5, maybe more different people, depending on how they behaved. You might have thought of them as sharks circling or something. I don't know. And you watched them in their little smoking group in the corner of the building, and you saw which one whose turn it was as you slowed down and got out of your car to look through the window, and here they came, walking across the lot, and you're getting your answer ready. Your first answer you're getting ready is, I'm just looking, because that's the first lie you're going to tell them, because you're really there to buy, but you don't want them to bother you too much. That was how it was. And so at least the benefit of the multiple listing service, besides providing all that data, was to let one agent be able to help you and not have to tell your life story to a million different agents. But the data was huge as well. Knowing that this house sold for however much it sold for, I don't see a price on there, and it was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath ranch in this part of town, really helped you figure out, well, what's the one down the street worth? Probably not too much different than this one, if it's pretty similar, right? Pause. Let me take a look at the chat here. Okay. So in the chat, it's just a direct message to me. The buyer's agent, let me rephrase it. The agent helping the buyer is the selling, selling agent, not seller's agent. So that might make a difference in your question. So as I explain more about what those options are for the buyer that they have, that it might help you. You'll develop a way to remember it. So bear with me. Hang in there through the end of the night. That was the 60s, guys. We are still in a situation through to the 60s of no official legal role called buyer agency. A buyer could not say, I want to sign a piece of paper and you, the agent, are going to represent me and only me. That was not possible. Fast forward, 60s, 70s, 80s. Finally, in 1991, an agent showed a bunch of houses to a buyer, worked with the buyer, and that buyer thought that the agent was representing their best interest. The buyer just assumed it because, again, we're in the trenches together. We're driving them around in our cars all over town, spending 4, 5, 6 hours at a time. They're telling, what do you talk about after the first hour? All your personal stuff. Why your kid got sick last year and what you're worried about and the grades and the this and the that, and you become friends. It's inevitable. And so if there is no such thing as buyer agency, but you're becoming friends, you can't help but think this person is looking out for me. But it was legally impossible for them to do so. But I'll say humanitarily impossible for them not to. Right? You just can't help it. So I just have a feeling a lot of agents feeling friendly toward these buyers they were helping couldn't help themselves. And they were actually finding out that buyer actually would pay $150 instead of the $140 they offered. But they were choosing to keep their mouths shut and not share it with the seller, which was actually illegal, not allowed, because all agents represented the seller in some way. because they couldn't represent the buyer. Now, did that mean that they couldn't show the buyer houses? No, they still showed them the houses. They still drove them around. They still guided them through the process and shared with them data from the MLS and helped them write up an offer. But it wasn't until the 90s that a buyer finally took legal action and said, wait a minute, are you telling me that all those secrets I told you when we were out there looking for property and making the offers, that you actually had to tell the seller and you didn't tell me that that's what you had to do? And that led to the Adena lawsuit. The Adena lawsuit became a settlement in 1995, $19.5 million for 3 lawsuits of this one real estate firm. Fast forward to a couple months ago, a big real estate firm, multiple conglomerate firm called Anywhere settled today's version of one of these lawsuits for $83 million. RE/MAX settled for $55 million. There are 8 more lawsuits on the docket right now as the result of the winning of one that happened a month ago. We're in another one of these now. It's a little different, but it's about agency again. So, when did I get in the business? 1996. 1 year after this changed the industry. And so I learned this from scratch. What I do remember is that, oh, by the way, how much should we study Dade's case? None of this will be any different for years because there will be appeal after appeal after appeal. This will not likely affect our industry and certainly not affect your knowledge needed for this course for several years. So should you still get your license? Yes, this won't affect the industry for a while. Will this affect your test? Not in the least. So you just stay on course. Let's just do this the way we've always done it, and it won't matter to your PSI. Learn the stuff that's already in the syllabus and in the curriculum. But that's a great question. Yeah, I'm curious about how it will turn out too, LeVar. It's could very well turn into nothing, just as easily as it could turn in what I think worst case. It's just going to firm up and make it more disciplinable if we don't explain how it all works well enough soon enough. Because I think part of the problem that we're in this for now is because we as a collective, agents in general have done a poor job of explaining how agency relationships work. Tell me if you've ever heard of this. Definitely more disclosure forms, you bet. But tell me if you've ever heard this either on TV or from an agent. Hey, let me help you as a buyer agent because it's free to you. Using me to help you buy is free. That is not true. That is half of the story. But agents who are not willing to, who don't really want to talk about the icky stuff like that, is, that's just like gross. That's just boring. Let's get back and get excited about the houses and focus on the yards and the kitchens. I don't want to talk about this paperwork. So they'd gloss over that stuff, gloss over the required agency disclosures, and here we are. Because what they should have said is, buyer, before we engage in this relationship, I got to tell you that odds are very good that I'll probably get paid everything I'm going to be happy getting paid from the seller. But I can still represent you completely, do everything for you, keep your secrets even. You can hire me to be your actual official buyer agent. And I'll probably get paid completely from the seller, but maybe not. The seller might not give me as much as I'm worth, as much as I decide that I'm worth. Maybe the buyer's only willing to pay $1,000. That's not enough. I'm worth, fill in the blank, what you think you're worth. 2.5% of the purchase price, 3% commission, whatever. And if I don't get everything from the seller, then I'm going to need the difference from you. Maybe they'll pay me 1%, but I charge 3%, so I'm going to need 2% from you. Why would someone not want to explain that? Because they'd be afraid the buyer would say, what? Next? I'm not working with you if you're telling me now that, because that agent who I talked to last week said it's free if I work with them, I'm going to work with them. Well, they're telling you the wrong way. They're explaining it wrong. And it may be very well be that they won't do it for the 1% or the 1,000. They just haven't explained it thoroughly enough. So I think the big unavoidable result of all of this is going to be that we are required to explain all this stuff better sooner. Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised about, not that firm in general, but just agents in general. So Adina Realty changed everything. I was brand new. I remember the old time agents when I was brand new who were fussing about it. And they were saying, oh, this is going to ruin how we have to operate, because now we have to stop that building. You build rapport, you make them your buddy, and now we have to put the brakes on that and just stop and explain this agency thing. Yep, that's what you have to do. And I remember one grizzled veteran agent that turned out to be a pretty good mentor to me, but I was pretty intimidated by him. Pretty rough and abrupt kind of guy. He would just tell you like it is, right out really loud. And he adapted to this quite nicely. He gave us training when I was brand new. He said, look, guys, it is what it is. We just have to explain it. So he would take them into the conference room, his buyer clients. He would excuse himself to get some water for them or whatever. And he'd come back in, and we had to wear neckties and button down shirts, all the men. The women had to wear, I think they at least had to wear hose. I don't think they had to wear dresses, but it was pretty uptight kind of firm. And came back with the required document, safety pin to his necktie. Absurdly. And he'd just walk in, hand them their water, just talk to them about stuff, and they'd be staring at his necktie, and he'd say, oh, this? Well, you see, folks, this is here because we can't do anything else until we talk about this. And here's what this means. So whatever, adapt, make it your own. And when it comes to the business, and when you're in post-licensing 301, we're going to get a lot more into working with agents disclosure, which is a big part of this thing. Literally, the document is called Working with Real Estate Agents Disclosure. It's something that you should be told and explained to by any broker once you get to the point of talking to them about your money, your financing, your intentions of how you're going to pay for it, and your motivation. Money and motivation. I have to move by Christmas. That's motivation. I'd kind of like to move before spring. That's not motivation. You see the difference? One of them is must. The other one is kind of wish. And so money motivation, you better explain that working with agents disclosure to them. So it's just going to be more of that, I think. So what came about as a result of this lawsuit settlement? Well, you just told us, Neil. You just said buyer agency. Yeah, buyer agency came about, but that created the possibility of something else. Buyer agency, meaning a buyer could have their own agent. Seller agency, meaning a seller could have their own agent, all just to themselves. But what if there was an agent right there in the middle? Oh, I don't know, maybe this guy. And so this guy has this house for sale, a little sign in the yard for sale. He gets a phone call from a potential buyer who says, hey, tell me about that new listing. And I say, okay, well, it's got 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. It's got a basement. Is that what you're looking for? By the way, don't answer all their questions in a row. Throw questions back at them. Make them work for it a little bit. And yeah, kind of that's what we've been thinking. Okay, great. Do you have an agent? Have you been working with an agent? It might be that they have not. And they would say, no, well, I've talked to a few, but I haven't hired any. But I really like this house. Could we go look at it? You need to explain to them, right now, I represent the seller. So if you were to tell me something that's confidential about your situation, like the price is, part of my talk with them would be that I would tell them the price is $350,000. And I would explain, look, you might tell me that this is the perfect house for you and you'd actually pay 360. And right now, as it stands, I would have to tell that to the seller. So fair warning, don't tell me anything you don't want the seller to know, because right now that's who I represent. Oh, okay. And they probably wouldn't have done it anyway, to be honest, but you got to warn them. As the conversation keeps going, you could find out, oh, you don't have an agent. Well, if you want to write an offer after we look at it tomorrow, I can help you with that. I can be an agent for you and an agent for the seller at the same time. And what that makes me is a dual agent. So this evolution of agency from seller agency into adding buyer agency wasn't enough. It required the setting up of rules for this very real possibility. What if the agent involved is the only agent involved and they are an agent for both of them at the same time? So we're going to talk more about that when we come back. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Come on back together. We got about 30 seconds. Welcome back. Okay. Recap. Because this is prime place for people to start getting confused. Important recap. For one thing, the agent helping the buyer in some way is called what? Two choices. Seller's agent or selling agent. Or ing. You got it. It's the ing. Selling agent. And I could say, well, that's because that agent helping the buyer, they're out there trying to get them a house to buy. They're selling all kinds of houses. Well, so is the agent helping the seller. They're selling houses for the sellers. So that doesn't really work. You just got to find the one that works. It might work from the forms. So we'll look at enough forms together that you'll see it referred to. Just like think about the lead-based paint disclosure form. Bottom of it, the buyer's side is the selling agent. The seller's side is the listing agent or seller's agent. So in this case, here's this agent, me, helping this seller, and a buyer calls me on the phone from one of my ads or from a yard sign and says, hey, I want to look at this house. I want to put in an offer. And after I find out maybe that they don't have their own agent, I'm going to say, I can be that person for you. I can help you with this. We don't need to get another agent involved. It can just be me. And if that worked, I would need, first of all, I would have already had to explain to the seller what dual agency is about and get their permission to do it. And then I would be explaining to the buyer what dual agency is about and get their permission to do it. And then I would also have to make sure my firm allows me to. So I need permission from the firm, from the seller, from the buyer, and from myself. I might not want to do it. In fact, every time I teach a CE class to 50 or 60 agents out there in the wild doing their thing right now, I ask that question, hey guys, either because your firm won't let you or because you don't want to, who here does not offer dual agency? You don't want to work with both of them in one transaction. And I'd say 80 to 90% of them say, no, thank you. I don't want to do it. And I think when I explain to you what that really means, you might agree with them. And you might, but some of you might say, well, money's money. I'll take more of it, please. And then you'll do one or two, and then you'll go and switch sides. And you'll be like, nope, not doing this anymore. It's okay. It's legal to do it. Here's how I explain dual agency to a brand new consumer. All right, guys, I'm talking to you about helping you buy a property. And those sellers out there have listed their houses for sale in the MLS with a real estate agent. Right now, I am what is called a sub-agent to all of those sellers. I am a sub-agent. I don't know those sellers. I just know the 4 or 5 sellers that I'm working with that have hired me to be their listing agent. But I don't have all of the listings in the market. I wish I did, but I don't. But my official title right now with regard to you, Miss Buyer, Miss prospective buyer that I'm hoping will hire me tonight, is that I am a sub-agent to all of those sellers out there. Think of that phrase, sub-agent. I'm not the agent to that seller because, again, I don't know all of the sellers in the market. There's tens of thousands of listings in my market. But since I've not been hired by you yet, what am I? I'm not your buyer's agent. We haven't filled out the paperwork for that yet. So by default, I'm a sub-agent to all the sellers until I'm not. So buyer client who I'm talking to, that's each of you right now. If you hire me to help you buy this house, I will make the process easier, smoother, more efficient. I'll give you access to maybe even some listings that aren't in the MLS because I might know agents who have things about to come up. I can certainly help with negotiating, help you know what it's worth, give you some insight on good home inspectors and surveyors and anybody that you might need to hire to have things done that'll shorten the time period. You don't have to go find your own, that you'll know that it's people that I've already vetted and worked with and I know are good. And I'll help you negotiate those repairs once the home inspection is done and guide you, pretty much hold your hand all the way to the closing table. And I go more into it there. And then I'll say this, if I'm talking to a seller, I'll say, hey, Mr. Ms. Seller, you're going to let me market your home. You're going to let me put it on the MLS, put it on the internet, Instagram, Facebook, video, professional photos, whatever, sign in the yard. Back in the day, we did flyers. Haven't seen flyers at the street in boxes that much anymore. So I'm going to use lots of different ways to try to get your home sold. It might be that a buyer calls me from one of those ways that I'm trying to get your house sold, calls me directly. But I'll be honest, I'll tell you now, the odds are greater that the buyer is going to come along with their own agent. When they call me, they're going to tell me, actually, I'm already working with a buyer agent who's helping me. And I'll be happy for that, Mr. Seller, because you're going to pay me this commission we negotiated just now. And from that commission, I'm going to share it with whoever brings the buyer. And I am okay with that. I've just negotiated that you're going to pay me, let's just say 6% total commission. That does not mean on that let's call it $700,000 house, that Neil gets 6% of $700,000. What is that? Is Neil getting $42,000? No, not if another agent brings the buyer. Neil's going to get part of that, maybe half. Maybe we decide, you and me, Mrs. Seller right now, maybe I charge you 6 and we decide to give 2.5 to the buyer agent and 3.5 to me. Listing agent versus buyer agent. Why might I want more of the split? Why might I think that I should get more than half? By the way, it's negotiable. But why might a listing agent feel like and be entitled to more? Because when you list a property, what are you doing? You're putting it out there. You're getting professional photos done. You're getting maybe drone photos done. You're maybe getting professional measuring done. You might even be running some Facebook and Instagram ads, not just the free stuff on your wall, but like intentional target audience, targeted ads, like a campaign where you're committing to spending X dollars a day for the next few weeks. You're out of pocket right off the bat. That's why brand new agents who are broke, haven't earned money yet, or kind of just not quite haven't really sold any houses yet, they're more likely to work with buyers than sellers because it's cheaper. It's free. It's your time and your gas. But as a listing agent, especially the higher the price point, there's more expectation of these things. You probably should do all these things for everybody, regardless of price point. But I'm just saying, the higher the price point, the more you're going to be able to not get away with it. I don't know if I said that right. The less you can get away with it, the less you know what I mean. So it costs money to list a property. So if I'm out of pocket up front, there's more risk to me. What if it doesn't sell? Do I get reimbursed for this? Probably not. Seller's probably not paying me unless I've written it up and I've talked him into it, but likely I'm going out on a limb, taking on all the risk. And this is how I explain it in order to avoid the attempt to drop my commission, to negotiate my commission. Before they get around to thinking of that, I'll say this. Look, guys, right now I take on all the risk. If this thing goes horribly wrong and it doesn't sell after we try really hard for 3 months, you still have this house available that you can put back on the market and sell. I'm out 60 hours or 70 or 80 or 90 that I could just never see again and not get paid for. I'm taking on all the risk. That's why I don't negotiate off my price. Here's what I charge. I'm worth it. I'm taking on the risk because if this doesn't ever sell, through no fault of yours or mine, maybe the buyer, we got under contract, but the buyer walked away and we just couldn't get it pulled together because it was the buyer, then I'm out. My time is my money. That's 60 hours I could have been spending on somebody who did end up paying me. So the risk is all mine. I've found that they are less likely to get the nerve to ask me to drop my commission when I talk to them like that and let them know that's how this thing works. But besides all that, let's just go back to what I bet the vast majority are doing. And I think we are seeing a lot of even splits. The buyer agent side gets 3, the listing agent side gets 3. So, hey, seller, I'm not getting that entire $42,000. I'm getting $21,000, but not even all of that because I got to pay taxes. This is gross income. I got to split with in fact, it's not even the taxes first because I have to split with my firm and give them a chunk. Then I have to pay taxes. Then the expenses. And so this becomes less pretty quickly. So you explain that to them, and you need to, because people have a lot of misconceptions about how the money goes. And what else you're going to say is this. Again, I'm not getting all of this 42. I'm splitting it right off the bat in some way with that buyer agent. And I'm happy to do it because maybe 12,000 agents in the MLS with me. Each of them, or a vast majority of them, have at least one, if not 5 or 10 buyers in their car, in their mind at any moment. That's a lot more potential buyers than I have. It's a lot more potential buyers than any singular agent can possibly have. So the chances are greater to get this thing done for you in a reasonable time frame. Let's be willing to share it. That's how the money flows. So the seller pays the commission agreed upon between them and their listing agent, and that listing agent splits it accordingly at a rate, at a split that the seller and they have agreed to. So I'm negotiating with the seller how much the total is going to be, and also we're going to talk about the strategy. We might say, look, instead of even, let's do something different in a market that's super competitive. Let's give the buyer agent 3.5 and I'll take 2.5. Because maybe it's a opposite market from what we're in right now. It's a buyer's market. A few years, it's going to be a buyer's market again. I don't know how many, but someday. And we're going to be begging buyers to please pick our listing instead of what's happening now, where the buyers are saying, please let me buy your house. And so we might need to give incentive to that buyer agent to show mine before they show the one down the street. So all of that's negotiable, and that's something we would discuss with the seller. So that's how that flow goes. The seller's paying this commission. Yeah, the seller wouldn't have the money until the property sold, but you still can't really say the buyer's paying it. Because the buyer's giving the money to the seller, and the seller is choosing to pay you this commission, and you're going to use that commission to essentially reimburse yourself for all the various ways you're going to choose to try to get it sold. The biggest one is the MLS, by splitting with potential buyer agents, and then also ads and everything we listed a minute ago. So, this concept of how agents represent people goes back to this common law of agency concept. So we introduced buyer agency in the mid-90s, and therefore, by necessity, the possibility of dual agency into North Carolina. Different states have different rules about this stuff, by the way. In fact, some don't allow dual agency. It's not even a thing that's allowable. And we are required here in North Carolina to explain to people how this whole thing works. So for the last 30 minutes, if any of this was confusing to you, just think of how it feels to the consumer. All they want to do is buy a house or sell a house, and I had to go into a 20-minute explanation they weren't expecting. So I got to do it in a way that's like kind of interesting, kind of like, here's why this is important and relevant to you, because I need to get their permission to act in these ways. A couple questions in the chat. Let's see. Are there ever disagreements between agents in regard to commission or to someone? You mean like the split? Or, okay, you went on to say, just answer the question. Yes, but to answer your question, there are certainly disagreements. In fact, occasionally I will do an uneven split. And there was one time in particular, where I offered, I think it was different by 0.5%. I was keeping a half more than I was giving to the buyer agent. My seller gave me permission to do it. It was because I had to spend extra money up front to put it on the market. And this agent fussed at me. Called me, just blazed the phone. My ears were bleeding because she was hot. And I had to explain, this was at the end of the transaction. She didn't know this until she saw what I was making from the closing disclosure at the very end. And she was going to flame me and tell all of her friends and everybody she knows about what I just did. And I'm like, okay, well, since I've never heard of you or your firm, I guess I'll take that risk, because sometimes you got to be catty right back to them. But it's just what you charge, right? It's whatever you charge. She knew from the get-go how much she was making. It was not a surprise that she was getting something. It was something she didn't like when she saw that I was getting a little more. And at the time, it was a couple of years ago, when buyer agents in particular had to try a lot, right? They had to write multiple offers before one finally got accepted. So I totally understood. But on the other hand, I had to do plenty of stuff too. And all you can know is what you have to do and know what your expenses are. So it's just a thing. By the way, over these last several years, I've had new construction commission splits that varied. A long time ago, it wasn't unusual for a builder to pay you 2.5% of the purchase price. That has evolved over time. Sometimes they'll say, we'll pay you 2.5%, but it's not on the purchase price. It's on a base price, not including all of the upgrades that they add. The base price is $436. If they add another $100,000, we're not paying you commission on the $536, just the $436. That extra $100,000 for the fireplace and the granite instead of Formica and the hardwood floors instead of carpet, we're not paying you commission on that. And it was just the way it was. If I didn't like it, I could try to get them to pay me more. And if they wouldn't, I could just go to my buyer and say, look, buyer, this wasn't the deal. This isn't enough for me. I want some more from you. I wouldn't do that. And I didn't do it usually, but those were the options. One time it was a builder who just paid a flat $4,000, which not chump change, but the house was $600,000, and 2.5% of $600,000 is $15,000, and they're paying me flat $4,000. So that was a little bit of I wasn't too thrilled, but it was like, okay, what's the grand scheme? They're using me to help them sell what they're in and buy this one. So it's more of it's like a twofer. They were also a repeat customer. I'd helped them. I've helped them probably 12 times in the last 20 some years. So you just have to look at the long game sometimes. Or I could have said, no, I don't like it. You got to give me $11,000. That might have been a hard sell. What kind of likelihood would they call me again in 4 more years when they're ready to do this again if I held them up at gunpoint for another $11,000? You know, it's negotiating. And part of it is too, first and foremost, the question is, will your firm allow you to negotiate? Because you got to follow the firm rules, the firm's policies and procedures. So first of all, find out from your broker in charge what kind of wiggle room you have in negotiating commission. They probably wouldn't mind you asking for more, but sometimes you're going to be tempted to offer to take less, and now they're going to care. The firm might not let you take less because some people might be inclined to take a lot less just to get the business because they're kind of desperate. It's happened to everybody. So you got to check with the firm because they are actually who owns that relationship. It's not between the listing agreement, by the way, when you get hired by a seller, that listing agreement is not between you, the human, and the seller. It is between the seller and your firm. And you are a sub-agent to your firm. So that's a second way that we see this term sub-agent used. I've been using it as sub-agent to the seller tonight, but you are also a sub-agent to your firm. Your firm is the agent. You are the sub-agent, the one who gets to sign the papers on the behalf of your firm. That's a privilege that you have. They give you that right to sign. They don't want you to bring you the listing agreement to the BIC and bother them to have to sign off on a bunch of agency agreements. They trust you to do this properly. And that makes you a sub-agent to your firm because your firm is the actual agent. Oh, and then, we've got to provide these agency disclosures. When? At this term, this very testable term called first substantial contact. First substantial contact. That's when we are required to stop everything and explain to them how this whole agency thing works. What is that first substantial contact point of time? Tell me in the chat. I know some of you probably remember this. What is first substantial contact? And let's see, you had a question about how much you should set aside for taxes. That's ultimately going to depend on your income, your personal tax bracket. But I think a lot of agents set aside at least a fourth, if not a third, 20, 30%, just so it's there. Then if you form an entity like an LLC, you've got to pay throughout the year, right? Every quarterly taxes. So depending on how you run your business. But I'd say 20%, and to be in the beginning, I'd set aside 20. First substantial contact is the point at which in the conversation, the client has started talking to you about confidential things, particularly their money situation and their motivation for buying or selling. So we'll get more into that in a minute. Your broker in charge should have a policy about how they're going to let you operate. What kind of agency will they let you engage in? Some firms could choose to only work with sellers. Sellers only. We don't want to work with buyers here. And that would be something you need to find out when you interview. I doubt it's going to be the case in real life because you're leaving half the money on the table, but it is a thing that could happen. Your firm policy would also include the co-brokerage relationships, how much they're going to let you negotiate down to, and then how much your split is with the firm. So back to that money. What if you sold that house for $700,000 and it was a 6% commission, which means the total commission was $42,000. And you decided to share that evenly with the other party, and you're the listing agent. That means 21,000 is staying with you in your firm. 21,000 is going over to the other firm. Of that 21,000 between you and your firm, how much are you getting? That's the commission split we're talking about. So it might be that as a brand new agent, your firm says, we're going to have to invest time teaching you, training you. So we're not going to give you the ultimate best possible highest split because we're going to need to invest some stuff into you in the beginning. So we'll give you 60% of whatever you bring in and we'll keep 40%. It might be 50-50. It might even be less. If you join a team, it's probably going to be 42% to you and then everything else to the other side, to the firm and to your boss, because they're feeding you leads, and that's a huge advantage. Not having to generate leads is huge. All you need to focus on is getting the buyer handed to you, and you go find them a house and get them under contract. Then you hand the contract off to the next team on the next group on your team, the closing coordinator or the transaction coordinator, and you get a new buyer lead and you go do it all over again. That's the up and down side of a team. A lower split, but also less responsibility and no lead generation that you need to do. But in this case, you're doing your own thing and you're getting 60% of that 21,000. What does that mean? You're walking away with $12,600. Your firm is getting the difference, $8,400. So your piece is $12,600. Of course, you got to pay taxes now. You got to now pay your expenses out of that, whatever those are, your insurance, a variety of things. And so you better be okay with that. And so one of the calculation questions might be in this class is, if you earned $12,600, how much was the purchase price? And they'll tell you things like it was an even split between the firms and your split with your company was 60-40. They'll tell you those three pieces of information: how much you earned, how much your split is with the firm, and how much the split is between your firm and the other firm. And based on all of those three things, what did it sell for? And I'll show you how to do that later. But it's just a matter of sort of going up the pyramid, kind of going upwards. We'll talk about that. But I just want you to see the flow of the money. That's how the money's working. Seller is selling it. You're helping them sell it for that. You're charging them $6,000, and you're agreeing to split that $6,000 evenly with the other firm. It might be that you're the listing agent, and so you're getting 60-40 with your firm. And over here on the buyer's side, buyer agent versus their firm, maybe that buyer agent works for RE/MAX, who is known for a really high split. And that buyer agent gets 95%. And the RE/MAX firm they work for only gets 5%. How do we feel about that? So they're walking away at closing with $19,950, while you're getting $12,600. It doesn't matter, right? It's just about what you're worth and what you can negotiate. What you don't know is with these big high commission split firms like RE/MAX, where you get to keep most of it, that agent probably also has to spend $1,500 to $3,000 per month to walk through the door. The desk fees are way higher. That's the trade-off. You're paying a lot of more regular monthly. Once upon a time, I worked for RE/MAX years ago, and I paid $1,100 a month, no matter what. It was right around 2008. And one month in October of 2008, I had 4 closings that all fell through. Went from 4 closings planned to 0 closings realized. I left RE/MAX. I left the 95% split because I didn't want to have to pay $1,100 a month, even on months that I made nothing. So a lot of business decisions to be made. Okay. So what's an agent? For our purposes in this class and on this exam, don't think of it as that lady or this person. The agent is not the human. The agent is the firm. The agent is the representative of the client. And that representative of the client is your firm you work for. You are the subagent to that person. The subagent to the client because you're the subagent to the firm. So what's an agent? Agent is the firm. Easy points. Just remember that. Testable. The agent is the firm. Here are some other terms. The concept of agency is that relationship between us as brokers and the clients and other people in the world. Agent, that's the firm. Subagency versus subagent, principal, client, and customer. It looks like this. So agency is the relationship. The agent is the firm, and you work for that firm, so you're a subagent. So therefore, subagency and subagent are two possibilities, two possible definitions. Subagency is the relationship between the firm and the brokers that work for it, because I'm a subagent to my firm, the agent. And subagency is also your relationship to all the sellers that are out there in the market. We are by default subagents to every single seller. What changes that? If we find a buyer who wants to buy the house of one of those sellers, then we become a buyer agent for that buyer instead of a subagent to that specific seller, right? But we're still subagents to everybody else until we have buyers for everybody else, which we never will. Can't possibly bring buyers for every single one on the market, right? These are two of the same thing. The word principal or the word client, that means the person you're working for. You and your firm. The ones that have hired you and your firm. So your principal is your person, also your client. And you owe the most responsibilities, the most duties to that client compared to everybody else in the world and compared to the other person in the transaction. What does that mean? Well, there's a buyer and a seller. Do you represent one of them, the other one, or both of them? All of those are possibilities. But if you represent the buyer, for instance, that seller to you would be your customer. So here's another potentially confusing definition. Customer versus client. With the client, you owe the most. The most of what? Let me fast forward and show you what you owe. These are the fiduciary duties that we owe to our clients. It's another acronym called OLD CAR. OLD CAR. You owe them obedience. We'll get into each of these individually in just a second. You owe them loyalty, confidentiality, disclosure, accounting, reasonable skill, and care. You owe all of this to that person that's labeled client. It's the one that you're putting in your car, driving around showing them houses. Or it's the one that has hired you and your firm to put a sign in the yard and try to get their house sold. That's your client. And they are also your principal. Same kind of concept. This agency thing, let's go more into depth on that. It's the fiduciary relationship between your firm once they've been authorized to act on behalf of a principal, the client, right? So big words here, fiduciary and principal. Fiduciary relationship means trust. It means those 6 things that we just looked at that we're going to look at more in depth. And it's what makes real estate as an industry more unique compared to like car sales or anything else out there. Because a lot of attention and intentionality is given in the relationship between us and the consumer. We don't represent everybody equally, right? We represent the people that have hired us differently than we represent the people we're helping our client operate against. In other words, if you're hired by a seller to get their house sold and a buyer calls you, until you've established a relationship in writing with that buyer, they better not tell you any secrets, because you're obligated to tell that buyer's secrets that they told you to your seller client, because you owe that to them. You owe that to your seller client. So agent, we're called that because we represent clients. It's not because we sell real estate. It's because I think of Jerry Maguire. Who has not seen Jerry Maguire, right? Help me help you. Jerry's representing Cuba Gooding Jr. and he's like there for him when he gets injured. He's devastated. He's helping him try to get the best possible contract with the ball team. And you could really see that extra level of desperate, intentional help he's trying to give him. Well, we're much more like that than a car sales situation. There is no buyer agency in car sales. You go on that lot and you're dealing with a representative of the seller. You are on your own. You are an unrepresented buyer. So you don't have an agent. In real estate, we have the choice as a consumer to hire an agent. And that agent represents the client. And so sub-agent could be one of two things, as we've already talked about. This one, which means we are a sub-agent to our firm, because our firm is the agent, that makes us, the broker in the firm, a sub-agent to the agent. That's what the individual broker is. We're representing the firm. It is we who sign the agency agreement on behalf of our firm. When we list a house, we get a listing agreement signed. We don't have to take that back to the office and get our broker in charge to sign it. They don't sign it. We're the only one who signs it on the firm side. Our seller signs it, and we sign it on behalf of the firm because we are a sub-agent to that firm. And it probably is going to be more helpful if I show it to you on the form. So let me do that. Oh, good. There it is. So here is the most commonly used listing agreement that we have. The North Carolina Association of Realtors gives it to us to use. We can fill in the blanks and look on the very front page. It says, this exclusive right to sell listing agreement is entered into between who? Blank as seller and blank as listing firm. It does not say Neil Pender Human. I should not put my name as a human name there. I should put the name of my firm there. So it's between the client and the firm. That's who the agent is, the firm. If we go all the way to the last page, we'll see where the signatures happen. And so here's where the seller is going to print their name and sign it. And then down here is where we are going to sign our name on behalf of our firm. Does that make sense? So, a broker or licensee, interchangeable words, one who holds a license, is a sub-agent of the firm, and the firm represents the client. Therefore, we represent the client on behalf of the firm. Principal, same thing as client, hires the firm as an agent to act on their behalf. And a principal could be lots of things. It could be the seller in the transaction. It could be the buyer. It could be the landlord hiring you to manage their property as a property manager because they want you to find tenants and collect the rent and get the toilet fixed at 2 a.m, emergency, because they don't want to do it, and go to court and handle the eviction if they got to throw somebody out. And you could also have a principal who is a tenant because you are representing them as a renter and they trying to help them find somewhere to rent. The word fiduciary, you'll see it in that yellow book. You'll see it in the real estate commission literature. Those who act in a position, special relationship of trust. It could be guardians to an underage person, executors to an estate, attorneys, and brokers. And there's where we come in. So one job description besides real estate broker that's got fiduciary all over it is attorneys, right? As an attorney, most sports, I think a lot of sports agents are actually attorneys so that they can write up contracts and do all kinds of things. But we as brokers have a certain level of fiduciary responsibility for our clients. We can stand in their place. That doesn't mean we can sign the contract on their behalf, but it does mean that we can be the one who hears what the other party is willing to propose. What's the offer? Send it to me because I'm the agent of the seller. Once you send it to me, I will present it to the seller. We don't have buyers and sellers interacting in front of each other so much. We, the agents, stand in their place. Hey, buyer agent, I'm the listing agent for that house you showed today. Oh, you have an offer? Well, email it to me. They'll email it to me, and then I'll forward it to my client and go over it with them and help them understand it and write out the numbers on paper and show them this offer means you'll get this at the end of the day. You'll walk away with this, and let's compare it to 5 other offers that you got. And let's see which one we like, because the financing on this one might be more reassuring than the financing on this one. Do we think it's got a greater likelihood of closing because they're using a conventional loan with 50% down payment compared to a VA loan with 0 down payment and worse credit maybe? Helping them figure out all that stuff. So a fiduciary stands in the place of the client. They have a duty to represent and look out for that client's interests above everybody else's. Pause there. Above everybody else's. Who is everybody? Everybody includes us. We have to look out for our client's best interest above even our own best interests. What does that really mean? Could we maybe not get paid or have to take a pay cut if it meant putting the client's best interest above our own? Maybe. What if it's in the client's best interest to pull the house off the market and not actually sell it? And you've put in 30 hours. Are you getting paid for that 30 hours? You don't make a salary. You don't make an hourly. You get paid on commission. Well, there is no sale because they're pulling the house. Is it in the client's best interest to pull the house off the market? Maybe. And therefore, putting their needs above ours supersedes our best interests. We also have a duty to protect them even from themselves. This could come up in a couple of different ways. It might come up in fair housing. And they might not even be a flaming racist, prejudiced person, but they might not understand that we can't advertise that it's a walking distance of the Jewish Community Center. We got to educate them on what words we can use and what procedures to follow. So it could be that. It could be that one time my seller, it had dragged out because the house was in terrible shape. This was about 4 years ago. And the tenants were her daughter and the daughter's deadbeat boyfriend. I call him that because it had been a year since he'd paid any rent. And they had no lease. He was not paying any rent. He was supposed to do all kinds of repairs. He never did them. Can't hear me? Who can't hear me? Can everybody hear me? Thumbs up? Okay, getting a lot of thumbs up. So it had been a tough journey. The house didn't show great because he didn't do a lot of the repairs. He had taken the ceiling out of the garage. He was operating a painting business called Powder Coat. In the house, there was a 4-wheeler disassembled in the living room in front of the fireplace. It was not show ready, but she had to sell it. And so we put this horribly presented house on the market in a market where it should have sold pretty quickly. But gosh, we put it on in like November, a lot of showings. He made amazingly, as difficult as he was to her, his potential mother-in-law, he'd still let it be shown, but he was there usually talking trash about the whole thing and probably steering people away, kind of driving people away with his words. We got it under contract in January though. But since she couldn't get him out of there, the buyer didn't want to buy it with him in place because she didn't know if she would have to do the evicting later. And so the buyer agent told me that the buyer was just willing to sit and wait. Let me know when you get him out of there and we'll go close it. We'll go ahead and close then. July is when he for some reason disappeared in the middle of the night. She was in Arizona, my seller client. She said, could you go by there and see if he really left? Because I heard he packed up and moved out. So I went by there and he was gone. And think about this. This was like 4 years ago. The market was just appreciating like crazy. It was the height of the seller's market. It was right in there in that frame. And so she had been through a lot. I had been through a lot. And here we finally had the ultimate goal. The guy was out of our way. Now we could go ahead and close. 8 months in? And she says this. Well, by the way, she had to take quite a bit less for the house. I think it normally would have sold for, let's say, $290, but she agreed to $220 because of the terrible condition and among other things. And in the meantime, she put a roof on it without asking me. She just did it. No, it was a heating and air system. Just because she was worried that she needed to. And I'm like, you spent $18,000 when you probably didn't need to. But she was worried that it was going to lead to some other legal action or something that he could take against her or something. So think about it. 9 months later, and she wants more money. So my seller client, we finally had him out of the way. And she said, Neil, that's great. I'm happy about that, but I don't want to settle for $220 anymore. I want to renegotiate. But we had a contract. We were past that point. And I explained that to her, and she said, well, you represent me or do you represent the other side? Why aren't you fighting for me? And I said, I'm not fighting against you. I'm just telling you how the system works, how the process works. If you don't sell this house, if you try to get them to pay you more for the house, you can try. But if they say no and you say, she was saying, I'll just walk away, take it off the market. I had to say to her, I'm no attorney, but that sounds like seller breach of contract. When we get into chapter 9 and 10, you'll get more about what that means. If the seller refuses to sell and breaks the contract, then the buyer can sue them for specific performance and also sue them to get reimbursed for any inspections, appraisals, survey, anything they've spent on the transaction. It's a lot. So I had to give her advice to protect her from herself. And I had to say, look, that's something you can do, but the breach of contract thing would lead to them possibly suing you. What you need to do now is get advice from an attorney. I can't give you legal advice on this. I can just tell you what's possible, but as to what you should do, that is legal advice that I am not allowed to give you. Let me give you a name and number. She said, well, you've been in it for 20 some years. You should be able to. No, I'm not an attorney. I am not allowed to give you legal advice. And that's what you're asking for right now. So I had to protect her from herself. I had to say, here's what you're probably going to run into if you try to just back out. So we got to many times tell them what they need to hear, not just what they want to hear. And a lot of our competitors out there are telling them what they want to hear. They find out that they want to sell it for $730, but when they do the math and do the research, they can't find comparables to support more than $680. But they don't bother to tell them that. They say, $730? Yeah, let's give that a try. I'll do my best. And I affectionately call it buying the listing. They're telling the seller whatever the seller wants to hear because they want to get a sign in the yard because they'll probably get it lowered over time. But that's a fine line. And if you recall, I think we actually touched on it already. One type of willful misrepresentation that we could get guilty of is for knowing what it's worth, but intentionally claiming it's worth more to get the business. Thank goodness, knock on wood, Jara, no. Never been in a lawsuit situation. You pretty much turn it over to the attorneys. You would probably have to be ready to be subpoenaed or offer your files depending on what point along the way. And I would dare say that if it's at the point where sellers get sued, they might also be at the point where the real estate commission gets contacted to complain about all the brokers involved. So it's just ugly all the way around. It's more than just a lawsuit, it's all kinds of stuff. So we represent clients in a very complex transaction, probably the most that most people have ever been involved with. I think these numbers are wrong now. After the last few years of people paying top of the market prices to compete against other buyers and beat out other buyers, I think the average client buys or sells probably now, it's going to be over the next coming future, probably more like 10 to 12 years, maybe more, because they had to pay so much to get so much less to beat them out. But the point here is that while the client might buy or sell every 5 to 7 years, the average agent does this 6 to 8 times a year. I don't know. That might change too, because agent count is going down as well, which is a good thing for you guys because that's less competition. Here's our fiduciary. We'll get more into that when I see you back here in 10 minutes. Welcome back. All right, let's take a deep dive into these fiduciary duties. And, oops, that wasn't what I wanted to do. There it is. So what do we mean by obedience? We have to follow their every order. Wait a minute. That doesn't sound right. We have to follow everything they say. What if they tell us to do something that's illegal? So no, it's not every order. We have to follow their lawful directives. We owe to the client lawful obedience. It is up to us to know which things that they might ask us to do that we're not allowed to do. Fair housing things, disclosures. There was one I thought about recently. I'm sure it'll come back to me. But we act at the direction of our client. And we have to follow their instructions, but only the lawful ones. That's what obedience means. The L in Old Car stands for loyalty. We have to be loyal to our client, meaning more so to our client than to anybody else. In fact, only to our client compared to anybody else. To the exclusion of everyone else, including ourselves, because we have to put our client on a pedestal above even ourselves. That starts with disclosing to everybody in the world who we represent. Hey guys, I represent her. I'm her person. I'm her agent. To anybody involved in the transaction, we need to tell them that we represent her, him. And if we wanted to buy our client's house, maybe we went on a listing appointment, and as we're walking through, we realize, wow, this house is perfect for me. I like this house. If we wanted to find out what the seller would be willing to take for the house, we could just keep our mouth shut and not tell them that we might be the buyer, because they would still think, oh, she's just going to be my listing agent, and they would confide in us probably. But that would be putting ourselves above them. That would be self-dealing, which is illegal. Can't do that. So we can buy their property. We would need to say, as soon as we realize that we might be the buyer for theirs, we might want to actually be the buyer, we need to let them know, hey guys, I think I found your buyer, and I think it's me. So don't tell me anything else. Don't tell me anything confidential, because you'd be telling the person on the other side of the transaction, because I think I want to buy it. And in last year's update course, we went into great detail about how this might work. And essentially, you would need to connect them with a different broker so that they can have a broker that's not you, because now you're going to be their buyer to them being the seller. And we would have to give them full disclosure. What if you didn't know right away? What if in the beginning you said, let me just try to get this house sold, and it sat on the market for a few months? And maybe it's been 4 months and they're getting desperate and they're like, you know what? We just need to get out of here. We're transferring. Her job is already started, and we're a split household now because she had to go on out to Seattle and we're still back here. we just need to get this done. And you realize, you know what? I wouldn't mind buying this house. And that's when you think about it. But by that point, you've found out some things about their situation. You know their motivation. You know probably their bottom line or what their preferred bottom line is. Can you buy their house in that situation? Yes, but only with full disclosure. Hey guys, I can be your buyer, but just by the way, last week you told me that you would take $20,000 less than our current asking price, and just make sure that they are aware, right? That full disclosure, you can still buy their house, but only with full disclosure. And then this last one, we can't represent the interest, anyone else's interest that are against our clients without the permission of our client. What in the world could that possibly mean? Let's say that you run in addition to sales, you also handle property management. So this is you, and let me get me out of the way. This is you, and you do sales in your real estate endeavors, and you also do property management. And so you're helping your seller. So you're a listing agent. That's you. And an offer comes in. And at some point, maybe you meet the buyer's agent. They show up at an open house, or somehow you meet them. And so that buyer knows how to reach you. They know how to reach you just because they have a sign. Maybe they call you up one day. There's a buyer, and they are represented by a buyer agent. They already have a separate buyer agent, not you. And maybe they make an offer through the buyer agent for this property, and you get, maybe your seller has come down to $530,000, and this buyer has come up to $524,000. Let's make it an even smaller gap than that. Maybe we're only $1,000 apart, but they're both digging in their heels. They're both saying, nope, it's as much as I'll do. I've had it happen before. And so maybe that buyer is super aggressive and they call you, which would be not correct. And you would need to say, I can't be talking to you. But maybe they'd call you and they'd say, you know what? I know you're a property manager also. You do sales, but you also do property management. Well, the reason I'm buying this property is I want to put a renter in it, and I'm going to need a property manager. So if you can talk your seller client into coming down to the 529, then I'll use you to manage the property once I've bought it. What should you do in that moment? Let me clarify the situation. You're the listing agent. You also do property management on the side. The buyer has their own agent, but they call you secretly. And they say, I know we're stuck and we're only $1,000 apart on buying this thing. If you can get your seller to come on down to my price, then once I've closed on this, I'll hire you as my property manager and you can make some money doing that later. That's what loyalty would be. Not going along with this. You would need to tell your seller what just happened. You'd also need to tell the buyer agent what just happened, and probably your BIC, just in case people go crazy and start trying to turn people into the real estate commission, so everybody knows that you didn't do anything wrong. Full disclosure there. That was a buyer who tried to do something wrong. Will your seller even want to go through with this transaction with that buyer? Probably. Because if we're only $1,000 apart and it means going ahead and getting it closed, then yeah, maybe. But they're going to be nervous. They're going to be looking at them funny and thinking, what's the next not quite correct thing are you going to try to do? So it's really important for you to step up and say, hey, buyer, no, that's not on the table. I can't. And in fact, I'll just tell you now that even if you do go through and buy this thing, I will not be your property manager, period. Because I don't want to even give the perception of impropriety. Because at this point, I'm going to resign from even, not that I ever even tried to, but I absolutely will not be your property manager after this. Because I don't want any question about my reputation. That would be proper administration of your fiduciary duties with regard to loyalty, right? Yeah, it is bribery, for sure. So that's another way that loyalty piece could enter in. Another one is this: if a client gives lawful instruction that could injure themselves, we need to disclose it to them and urge them to get legal advice. Sort of like my seller client with the property that needed work and that whole thing. She wanted to back out of the deal. That would have injured her and subjected her to possibly getting sued for specific performance. And I needed to tell her that's a terrible idea. Let's just not. But if you still want to talk it out and consider it, talk to an attorney. Get it from them. She didn't do it, by the way. She said she went along with it as it was written and we got it closed. Most of these moments of panic and you're thinking this whole thing's about to fall apart, most of the time it holds together, by the way. It doesn't make it less stressful in the moment. So, loyalty is pretty big. It's huge. In fact, I'm going to give you a spoiler about dual agency right here. Because when we're talking about that dual agency thing, now that we've covered some fiduciary responsibilities, we're getting there. If you're the listing agent helping the seller and the buyer calls you and says, I want to put in an offer, I don't have my own agent, can you do that? Can you help the buyer as well as the seller in a transaction? The answer is maybe. With everybody's permission, yes. And by doing that, helping them both, being an agent for them both, you're being a dual agent. Here's my explanation to a consumer about dual agency. I say this: dual agency is not as good as single agency. I don't like to do it, but I will do it if you want me to. And the reason I don't like to do it is this: because all of that old car stuff that I owe you, Mr. Seller, if I'm a dual agent, we need to get rid of the loyalty one. I can't be more loyal to them than I am to you, or to you than I am to them. What does that mean? If that buyer comes along and says, I want to offer, let's say it's $450,000 asking price. I want to offer $430,000, but I'll pay $460,000 if I have to. If that buyer were to tell me that, I could not tell you that. I've got to keep that confidential because I'm an agent for them just as much as I'm an agent for you. I can't be more loyal to you than I am to them. And this is probably a pretty big problem and a confusion point for sellers, because they might say, well, gosh, we've been working together for 4 months. Don't you owe at least a little more to me because I was here first? Not in dual agency, I don't. That's what this is about. So you will very likely on either at least a practice test question or an exam, the actual exam, see a question worded like this: which of the old car or which of the fiduciary responsibilities is not engaged or is not included when you're a dual agent? As a dual agent, which of the fiduciary duties, obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accounting, reasonable skill and care, which of these 6 is not on the table? You're not allowed to do loyalty. You can't be more loyal to one of them than the other one of them. So just file that away in a guaranteed test question, testable, and watch out for that. That's where loyalty will come back around to you. Disclosure. Now we're at the last letter of old. Obedience, loyalty, disclosure. We owe disclosure to our client. We've got to tell them if we know, if it's a buyer client and maybe somehow or other we notice a roof leak, or we see flooding, signs of water damage in the basement. Maybe it was a flood. We owe it to them to disclose that to them. Our suspicion. Maybe we know for sure. Maybe we tried to help another buyer buy it and it fell through a month ago, and now you're showing it to a different buyer today, and you happen to remember because maybe you were under contract a month ago with a different buyer and you had the inspection done, and you have an entire inspection report full of material facts that you know about this property. You would owe all of that disclosure to this new buyer. Disclosure is huge. It's things that affect the value or marketability of the property. The roof leaks, the condition it's in means it's worth less. You have to disclose any offers that exist, regardless of how good they are. That's the red one. So think about being a listing agent and you've got multiple offers rolling in and you're up to like 27 multiple offers. 27. That was not unusual a couple years ago. So it's not easy. It was not easy being a listing agent. It was not easy being a buyer agent because you had to show 27 and maybe offer on 10 to finally win one. But the listing agents didn't have it so easy either because they had to navigate through all those 27 offers. And so what if your seller is just exhausted? They're like, let's just pick one. And one of the strategies might be, okay, well, let's give everybody a deadline and say all offers should be received by noon tomorrow. What if it's noon tomorrow and now we have 27 offers on the table and your seller is agonizing over like 3 of them? They just can't pick. They're super detail-oriented kind of engineer mind, and they just are analyzing every single angle. Welcome to my life right now. And they just can't pick. And then you find out at 12:30, 30 minutes after the deadline that your client gave to everyone, that another offer is coming in. And they've just about gotten themselves to the verge of picking one from the first batch, and now another one's coming in. You're like, this is just going to confuse things worse. Let me just decide not to tell them about this other one. Not allowed. You got to tell them about everything. You are an extension of them. Would you want to know if it were you? Yes. Then act that way. So all offers, regardless of how good they are. You can't screen offers for them either. If you got those 27 offers and 20 of them are decent, but 7 of them are just trash, like 50% of the asking price, you can't just throw those away and not mention them. You got to present them all. Sometimes they don't want you to present them all. They might say to you, well, you know what I want. Don't waste my time with anything less than 430. Then you'll have to respectfully say, I'm sorry, that's not how this works. I've got to present them all to you. You don't have to look at them, but I will at least email forward them to you. And I've got to be on record as having given you all the offers. What if we're under contract? They've picked one and signed it, and now we're under contract. It is no longer on the market. We're now in the phase where the buyer's trying to get the loan. And so it's 3 days into that phase, and then you get another offer just randomly. Somebody says, I want to make a backup offer in case that one falls through. Do you have to? Do you have to share that? Do you have to present that to your seller? Yeah, that one too. You see in the gist here? Third one there is the ability of the parties to complete the transaction. That means that if you find out that the buyer's loan got denied, you better tell everybody as soon as possible. So you're the buyer agent. You talk to the lender and the lender says, bad news. We thought we could make this happen, but we can't approve them for the loan. You better stop what you're doing, call the listing agent and tell them, sorry, my buyer's loan was denied. Now, in real life, what they're probably going to do is say, well, that's terrible. I'll tell my seller, but have you tried this lender? I've got a good one. And you're really going to try to, everybody kind of rallies around and tries to figure out how can we get through this and maybe find a lender that will approve it. So many times they do find some little loophole or something. We'll talk about that in the finance chapter as to what causes a loan to fall through and how could that be maybe even fixed. So if you're a listing agent, tell me in the chat, what sort of financial information, ability to complete the transaction could you find out about your seller? If you're a listing agent, what could you find out that might possibly threaten the transaction, the sale from going through? You got it. That's the big one. Liens, foreclosure would be a type of lien. Some sort of an issue, a cloud on the title. What if the seller confides in you and it's 3 months into the transaction? They say, "Look, I got to level with you. I haven't been making my mortgage payment for 3 months. I don't have a foreclosure letter, but I'm late on my mortgage." Is that a material fact that must be disclosed to the other side, being late on the mortgage? You're correct. Yeah, just the foreclosure, not the lateness, because they could fix that and then they'd be right back on track. And then the all-encompassing covers everything, last yellow point, material facts that affect the client or transaction. Anything they care about is a material fact that would need to be disclosed. If the buyer won't buy it because one little termite took one little nibble 10 years ago and there's a little scratch on one board, but that's enough because they don't want to buy it because termites were there, no structural damage, still a material fact to them, and they could walk over it. What are they in jeopardy of losing if they walk over it? Well, that's for chapter 9 and 10, but I'll give you a hint. It's called the due diligence fee. It's a non-refundable chunk of money that they would also be walking away from if they walk away. We'll get into that later. So this disclosure item, out of all of the old car fiduciary duties, we owe to not just our client. Pay attention to this one. It's about time to be taking naps just naturally because it's the end of the day. But listen to this one. Out of these 6 items, we owe all of them to our client. We only owe 2 of them to the customer, the person on the other side of the negotiating fence. If our client is the buyer, then our customer is the seller, right? So who do we owe to that? What do we owe to that customer? The disclosure one and the reasonable skill and care one. Just the last 2 letters of old and car. So with that, let's keep on going to property disclosure. It is a requirement when you're selling property in North Carolina that you provide this 4-page, soon to be 8 pages, not sure when, but they're working on it. It's going to pretty much be all the same things plus 4 additional things like is there an elevator and a couple other things like that. But it's a 4-page document that says, hey, what's up with this house? How old are the pipes? What kind of pipes? How old is the heating and air system? How old is the roof? Is it in good shape? Is it in bad shape? Is there a problem with anything? Check the box. Yes, there's a problem. No, there's not a problem. Or a third option. And that seller has available to them with this disclosure to check the third option if they want to. For every single item on this disclosure, that third item says no representation. I'm not telling you yes, I'm not telling you no, I'm just not telling you. They can say I'm not telling. They could check no rep. The seller can check it. But if we, the broker, somehow found out that the roof leaks, the seller chooses to check no representation, meaning I'm not telling you if there's a roof problem at all. If we know it as a broker, we have to tell it. We don't tell it on this form because that's the other testable item, is that we can't touch this form. We can't fill anything out on this form. We can touch it because we're going to hand it to them, but we can't fill it out. Agent can't fill it out, only the seller. Which sometimes presents an awkward situation because it's not easy to read. It's like 8-point font, which is one of the reasons it's bumping up to 8 pages instead of 4. They're making it easy to read now. That's the new version. I don't think it'll be new enough for you to be tested any differently. It's pretty much all the same basic info. We can't fill it out for them. We advise them of their responsibility as the seller. And we'll talk more about this one when we get to Unit 8. But it creates a loophole for the buyer. If we don't get this into the buyer's hands by the time they make their offer, then they have an additional 3 days to back out of the contract if they had not received this by the time they made their offer. So we want to make sure we don't give them that loophole as a listing agent. The next one, first letter of the second word, C, confidentiality. We got to keep their secrets. That's no surprise. That'd probably be the one thing that everybody would guess is a primary responsibility of us as a broker for our client is to keep their secrets, especially in the negotiating. Hey, I said I'd take $700, but I'd really take $690 if we could work it all out. You better keep it a secret. Don't tell anybody that your seller confided that in you. We got to keep our principals' information private. Price, terms, motivation, all of it. Sometimes in the MLS, and you might have seen this in some ads before, you might have seen some phrase that said something like this, motivated seller. Every time I see the phrase motivated seller, I can't help but think to myself, did they give you permission to say that? Because you can imagine that an eager agent who maybe is feeling pressure to find a buyer might say, well, let me just do whatever it takes to get the offers to come in because they're just not coming in yet. So let's just tell everybody that they're motivated. You better have their permission because that's their motivation, literally. It might even be that they want to say that phrase and give you permission to say it, but you might want to counsel them not to. That's a whole different topic, but you can disclose anything with their permission. So we can release their confidential information. What if the test question said this? Can an agent give out the confidential information of their client? Yes or no? It will never say that because they don't do a yes or no question, but some version of that. The answer is yes. You can release confidential info as long as they give you permission to do it. Good job. Accounting is another one that's probably an easy guess to include because we're going to take good care of their money. That buyer writes 2 checks when they make an offer. They write a check for due diligence money, a non-refundable deposit that goes straight to the seller, and also earnest money. Been around forever, but it's going to be held in a certain special kind of checking account, either by the other firm, your firm, or the real estate attorney. And so at some point, you're going to be holding those checks, either transporting them to your BIC or to the seller or to the whoever's holding them in their account, depending on if you're a provisional or non-provisional, as to how long you can hold on to them. So you need to take good care of them. And that also includes the information, the confidential info, and also maintaining records. We're required by the Real Estate Commission to keep our records of every transaction for 3 years. 3 years. Probably good to just keep it longer. What if something comes up in 5 years and your records would have helped you to get out of trouble later? Maybe some sort of lawsuit, maybe something. So while the Real Estate Commission advises or requires at least 3 years, doesn't mean you have to throw them away after 3 years. My wife would throw them away because she's a super minimalist. I am the opposite of that. So I'd keep them for 33 years. And they can be paper. They can be electronic. They should probably be redundant, meaning you should have both. If you do electronic, maybe a zip drive, a little USB plus a cloud storage thing, maybe another one, maybe a printed version, whatever your comfort level is, at least one copy of all the records for 3 years from when the transaction ends. So a couple things there. When does the transaction end? You tell me in the chat. What's the end of a transaction? End of a transaction. It's a good way to say it. Last activity with it. That covers most of the bases. All the responsibilities in old car. I like that one too. For the most part, I'm surprised I haven't seen the word yet. Some people would say closing, but sometimes they don't close. Yeah, settlement or closing, but if they don't close, you still have to keep them. Even the failures, right? Here's the one where it could drag out longer than when it's all done. It feels all done, but it's not quite all done, and it has to do with trust account money. If it is your firm that is holding the earnest money in the trust account, and let's say the buyer just decides to walk away, and they walk away, and we're kind of ahead of ourselves because we're not in Chapter 9 yet. If they were to walk away, say a day before closing, they would typically be due to receive. The buyer should not get anything back. They're not going to get their due diligence money back. They lost that on the first day of being under contract. It's non-refundable. The earnest money they're not getting back if they back out after the due diligence period deadline, which will make more sense later. So if that's happening and the seller just says, look, I don't want them to get their money back. Let's say they are backing out during the due diligence period and they are entitled to get the earnest money, and the seller just disagrees. You and your firm can't say, well, look, seller, you're wrong. The contract says they should get it back, so we're going to give it to them. You can't do that. Even though it's clearly spelled out in the contract that if they back out during the due diligence period, they should get their earnest money back. It is not for us to enforce things. We would have to just say, okay, we've got to hold on to it until you guys agree how it's going to go. Let me give you a little timeline just to kind of make some sense of this. We've got our closing day here. We've got our first day being under contract, meaning the offer was accepted and now it's a contract. Part of that negotiation was to determine a due diligence deadline date. And meaning that the first check that the buyer wrote was for due diligence money, and that's non-refundable, and it goes to the seller. So the seller has that and is able to spend it if they want to. They never have to give it back, almost. And so if the buyer has inspections done and decides to back out during this due diligence deadline period, then they're going to get their earnest money back, but not their due diligence money. So they are entitled to get their earnest money back if it's during this time frame that they back out. If they go ahead past this deadline date and they're maybe a couple of days before closing, right around there, and that's when they decide not to buy it anymore, then they're also going to lose the earnest money. So we'll get more into that when we get to Chapter 9. But for now, let's say it's right here, like right there in the due diligence deadline period. Buyer backs out. Even though the contract says that the seller has to give back the earnest money or authorize that the earnest money goes back, the seller could choose not to. They could break it. They could say, I don't want to sign the release form giving this earnest money back to the buyer. It is not our job as the broker to enforce this and say, hey, seller, you have to. I'm coming to your house and making you. Nope. We just say, please just make my life easier and just do it. No, they're going to say, I don't want to do it. It's the principle of the thing. I'm mad at them for backing out. Okay. Well, we can't give it to them. We can't give it to you. Since there's a dispute, we have to wait for you both to agree in writing how it will be given out. In fact, it could get to the point where your broker in charge, who is responsible for that trust account, just says, look, guys, here's your last chance. Are you sure you don't want to work it out? Maybe like split it between you? No. Okay, then I'm going to turn it over to the clerk of court. And then they're going to deal with you and this money. because your BIC is tired of watching that money in the escrow account and having to reconcile the account. And it's a dead deal. There's never going to be any income from it. They're just having to deal with this chunk of money. And after a certain point, they're just going to forget it and give up and say, hand it off to the clerk of court. Let them have the dispute and work it out between you guys. The point at which they hand it over to the clerk of court, that's the end of this transaction. That's the date where your 3 years of record retention starts on this deal. That makes sense? So watch out for that little, I don't want to call it a trick question, but you just need to know the ins and outs so that you get the right answer if they ask you that. It's not always about closing. With regard to those two checks, the earnest money and the due diligence check, as a provisional broker, you can't hold on to them. You can't just throw them in the file and keep them for 3 days while you were negotiating back and forth between the buyer and the seller. You would need to, if they were written right away and they hand them to you, your first move is to take them to your broker in charge and let them hold them. Because as a provisional broker, the last bullet point, got to deliver all funds to the BIC immediately. As a non-provisional, you have a little more leeway. You can hold on to that money while you're negotiating it. The other thing about accounting is the middle point. What is that talking about? Keep the clients and agents' money in separate accounts. What are we trying to avoid? What's the word for thing we're trying to avoid by keeping other people's money separate from your money? Well done. That C word, commingling. That's what that's talking about. Okay. And then this one also falls under accounting. How much we're making needs to be disclosed to the client and the customer. It is their business to know. Any sort of incentives or bonuses you're making. Sometimes builders give us bonuses. They'll say, especially this time of year, they'll say, if you bring us a signed contract by the end of November, we'll give you a $5,000 agent bonus. So a couple months ago, this thing is closing next week, as a matter of fact, that builder, it's new construction, they were going to pay, if I had closed, or let me think, brought a signed contract by the end of October, they would have paid me 5% commission. Me, buyer agent commission, 5% on $636,000. That's unheard of right now. What is that? 636 times 5%, 31 grand. Now, I would be more inclined and more expected to see maybe 2 or 3 or 2.5%. They were in a hurry. Well, my client was sick on the last possible day that she could possibly sign. She was asking a million questions and just unsure. We didn't get it signed. So that bumped down to 2.5, and it hurt my feelings a little bit. But of course, you got to put the client first. And it's like, oh my gosh, so close. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. I consider it a win because she's actually buying and closing, but that's still a little bit sore spot. It kind of makes my tummy hurt. But she needed to know that it was there, and she did, and I told her. So full disclosure about what you're earning, bonuses, incentives, you can't keep that a secret from your client. There's only one thing out of this list that actually is not your client's business. None of your client, even your own client, does not have the right to know this particular item. And that is this. You've got the purchase price. Oh boy, pen problems. Let's do a new one. We got our purchase price. it is their business to know that it's a 5% commission and that it's 2.5 to your side and 2.5 to their side. But out of the 2.5 to your side, let's say you've got a 70-30 split, 70% of that to you, 30% to the firm. This is what they don't get to know. You could choose to tell them, but you don't owe it to them. That is not what you owe to them as far as info. The thing you owe to them is everything else, including any sort of bonuses, incentives, but not what the actual split is between you and your firm. I don't know if you'd see it on the test or not, but just be watching, be careful. Well, question is, would you need your BIC to approve the bonus before accepting it? They're probably not going to have a problem with you bringing more money into the firm. Here's the real question. Would they take a split from the bonus? Some might not. The last firm I was with, this firm I'm with now, he's pretty nice because it's me. But even the last firm I was with, he didn't take a cut from the bonuses and incentives. That was pretty cool of him. He could have. Or referral fees, any sorts of those types of things that I might make, he wouldn't take a split on that, which I thought was pretty cool. So I doubt it'd be more that than the other thing. And then finally, this last one, reasonable skill and care. What does this mean? It means that we need to know what we're doing. Imagine that. That could be that we need to know which forms to use. There's a bunch of them. I've shown them to you twice, that big old database of forms. We need to know how to do things, how to interact with a for sale by owner, which disclosures are required, lead-based paint, the working with agents disclosure. We need to assist even the other side in completing the transaction. Wait a minute. How are we going to be loyal to our client and also be expected to help the other side? Don't stop there. Assist them in completing the transaction, right? Because it's in your client's best interest to get the transaction completed. That might mean helping the other side to some degree. Here's the way that really could transpire the most. And that would be in a for sale by owner transaction. Because as a buyer agent, you're helping your buyer. But here's your buyer. Here's you as the buyer agent helping them. And they want to buy a for sale by owner property. Oh my goodness, I have the same issue. I don't know what that's about. Here's your buyer. Here's you. They want to buy a house that is for sale by owner. That means no agent. That seller is trying to save money. They want to keep all the commission to themselves. Fine. If that's the case and your buyer wants to buy it, first of all, you need to see if you can fit in here somewhere. So your first move is going to be to call that for sale by owner and say, hey, FSBO, I see that your house is on the market. Guess what? I have a buyer who's got some interest. Are you willing to cooperate with a broker? Or another phrase might be pay me a buyer agency fee. And they, depending on how long they've been on the market, might say yes, might say no. What if they say, yeah, I'll do that. How much you charge? I won't pay $6. And you'll say, well, $6 isn't a buyer agency fee. It would be half of that maybe, or $2 or $3 or $2.50 or whatever. So once you find out if they'll pay you and let you be involved with them paying, if they refuse, then you're going to have to go back to your buyer and say, if you want to buy this property, you're going to have to pay me because the seller won't, if you want my involvement. So once you establish that, you'll say, okay, FSBO, next question. When can I come see the house? Oh, you're going to bring your buyer? Well, here's the best way to do this. No, I'm paid to help them find houses and I need to make sure I've seen the property to see if it matches up something that works for them. So that's how this works. That's really the best way to do this, by the way, guys. Don't bring your buyer the first trip because you want to get that money that they promised to pay you and their cooperation in writing, in what's called an unrepresented seller agreement, which spells it out, gets them to sign this. Hey, you're not listing with me, but you're saying you will pay me whatever it is that we've agreed upon as a buyer agency fee. So if you enter into all this and they agree and your buyer wants to buy it, that's the other thing. That's the other hurdle. You might get your buyer out there. They say, oh, this isn't as great as I thought it was. And then also for sale by owners tend to be notoriously overpriced. If they are reasonable, rational, and based on reality with regard to their price and you can work something out, great. But that's one of the reasons they don't work out. Well, if you make an offer to purchase, you're going to need to present it to that FSBO directly yourself, probably in person to get the best results, and explain why your buyer's offer is great and why they should pick it. Remember, you're just representing your buyer. They are unrepresented. And there are some disclosures like that residential property one we just saw. Well, that one's called the RPODS, Residential Property and Owners Association disclosure. Who's going to be the resource for that seller to get those things? That's you. So you've got to do some things, assist both sides in completing the transaction. You're going to be needing to help that for sale by owner more than you normally would help a seller because there is no agent except you. And while you're not going to help them to the point of telling them what your buyer really would be willing to come up to, you are going to help them with the paperwork, maybe with understanding some comparable sales to help them see why your buyer's offer is a good one, and just assist them in the transaction a little more than we are expected to normally with a seller who does have an agent. But since they don't, you're it. Next question I get when I talk about this, people will say, well, don't you get a little extra for doing all that? Well, in real life, you're just thankful to get a closing. You're thankful your buyer found something, maybe even with no competition, and just to get it done. We don't get paid for every task and every hour we spend in this business. Sometimes it feels like we spend a lot more in effort than we got paid for. And that's why I say it's a long game. And it's a numbers game. You've got to look at the whole thing. Some transactions are so easy and quick that you're looking over your shoulder waiting for the ball to drop on you, like an Indiana Jones movie. And you feel a little guilty for it going as smoothly as it did. But then other ones right after that or right before it are so difficult, you're like, I earned 10 times what I got on this one. And it's a give and take. And you just have to kind of just say, you know what? Hopefully the next one will be easier. And just focus on moving on to the next thing. Try to get to the point in your career as soon as possible where you have such an abundance of lead generation, leads coming in, that any one transaction that gets extra hard or you feel like you had to maybe pay a couple $1,000 to keep it on track is like a cost of doing business. It's not a matter of paying the light bill or not. In the early days, it will be, and it'll hurt. Everything hurts. But it's just a long game. So, where are we? Okay. Reasonable skill and care. Our duties also don't end with signing the contract. We're not done. In fact, we're at least halfway, if not less of the way toward the end. Because if, as a buyer agent, for instance, that means hiring different inspectors and guiding the buyer's choices and telling them what's coming next and filling out the information sheet to the attorney, gathering that stuff up, making sure the lender has what they need and the buyer understands stuff and the attorney as well. So it's all of these things. We come back from break, we'll start talking a little more about our duties to the other side. See you back here in 10. Let's put some faces to these terms. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Who's hanging in there with me? Any sort of confusion at the moment? Tell me in the chat if something is not quite making sense. We're going to dive more into dual agency. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. I was just asking how we doing with these concepts? Anybody having trouble with anything yet? We're going to dive more into dual agency. But I think showing maybe some of these images will help some of these scenarios. So feel free, put questions in the chat if you're just not quite getting it, or speak out, speak up, unmute, it's fine. So here's our honesty, fairness, disclosure of material facts slide. We have a duty to the customer. If we're the buyer agent, then our buyer is our client and the seller is our customer. So don't confuse those words. If we're a listing agent, the seller to us is our client because we're on the same side of the tennis court. This tennis court analogy I'm going to use more in the next chapter 9 because when we're throwing offers or batting offers back and forth, it's a matter of communicating that offer to the other side. That's when it becomes a contract. It's when the acceptance is sent across the net. So the listing agent representing the seller is their client. The buyer is their customer. And what do you owe to your customer? Whoever the customer to you might be, what 2 out of the 6 old car things do you owe to a customer? Disclosures 1. There it is. And reasonable skill and care, not loyalty. We don't owe loyalty to the customer. We owe loyalty to our client. But when you see the phrase reasonable skill and care, think of these terms as well. Bottom of the slide. Honesty and fairness. Got to be fair and honest while you're providing this reasonable skill and care. You'll see all of those terms kind of mashed together because you owe that to the customer as well. So those 2 things plus disclosure. It's what we owe to the customer. And we're talking about our duties as brokers, not the seller's duties. What do we owe? There it is. Yep. To our client, old car, all of the old car items. What do we owe to the customer? The one on the other side of the net from us is a third party to us, basically. Honesty and fairness, reasonable skill and care, disclosure. Basically the last 2 letters of old and car. The D and the R. As brokers, we have to disclose all material facts to everybody on purpose, voluntarily, no matter who we represent. So if I'm helping the buyer, I'm a buyer's agent, and I find out that the buyer's loan didn't get approved, we got to tell the other side. If I'm a listing agent helping the seller, and I happen to see that the ceiling is wet in the sunroom during a rainstorm, that is now a material fact that has to be disclosed. I would have to tell the buyer agent if we're under contract, so the buyer can be told that there's a leak. What I would do in real life is try to get that leak fixed. And I would tell them, look, there was a leak and we got it fixed. But if it's something as you're walking through showing 5 houses to somebody and you see a ceiling stain, you better point that out to your client and also to a customer if you happen to see them too. I once, what was it? I was showing a house and the buyer was particularly detailed, and it wasn't a bad crawl space. I don't like just any crawl space, but I didn't mind this one. So we went up in there together. Me and that buyer were crawling in the crawl space. And way in the back, there was a huge puddle. And I looked up, and sure enough, the plumbing pipe, there was an active leak. And so I sat right there out of the way of the water, called the listing agent and said, hey, by the way, on our showing here, we just ended up in the crawl space. This is not the norm, guys. You're not expected to go in crawl spaces. I don't know how it happened. I just passed out and woke up in the crawl space. Just kidding. You know, sometimes you just roll with things and try to keep people motivated and, oh, you want an answer to a question? Let me get the answer so we can get on with this thing and turn this into a contract. But that is not the requirement. So I called the listing agent and said, by the way, that listing you just went active on today, because it was the first day it was active, you got a leak. Oh, man, really? Yeah, better get that handled. Okay. So I told the other side, right? Let's dig into material facts a little more. It's 4 categories. 4 categories of material facts. By the way, last year's update course revealed that in the last couple of years, material facts have been the number 1 source of disciplinary action by far. Like the first year, it was 47% of the disciplinary actions the commission exercised on agents was because of improper disclosure of material facts. Half of them. And then it went down to 45. So the following year. So not us, not me, not you when you get into the business, but them out there are doing it wrong. So do it right. Learn it now. Do it right from here forward. There are 4 categories. If I were to tell you, and go ahead, you tell me in the chat, give me an example of a material fact. I'll bet myself $500 that you're going to name one thing in particular. Everybody does, including myself. And if I lose, I'll pay myself $500. And if I win, I'll pay myself $500. Let's see. Keep going. Got some good ones. Mold, lead-based paint, waste treatment plant. Oh, there it is. Caroline wins. Everybody says leaky roof. Good job. It's such a great example because you can't deny it. It's just right there on your head, dripping on your head. So a leaky roof is a great example, as is mold and lead-based paint and flooding, of things that are about the property itself. Number 2, things down the street. We got some of those in here too. Waste treatment plant. Thank you, Joseph. Airport, air traffic overhead, the dump. So things about the property, surrounding the property. It could be a road coming through. Could be that the backyard has a big concrete barrier because I-485 is on the other side of it. Number 3, the ability of the parties to act. We talked about that already. Foreclosure notice, you better tell. Behind on the mortgage, you don't have to tell. But if it turns into a foreclosure notice, then you do have to tell. Buyer not getting approved, you need to disclose it. And then number 4, anything important to the principals. I have a termite damaged piece of wood there because I was in that experience as a newer agent. One of my new biggest listings in my second year was under contract, and the buyer inspector, I think I might have shared with you, found a little bit of termite damage and they walked away over it because termites were such a concern for them as a buyer. So about the property, structural stuff, mechanical stuff, mold, leaking, broken windows. Related to the property, drag strip, hog farm. That always shows up in the update courses. Air traffic noise, landfill. We talked about this one already. And then anything important also includes pet allergy situations. That might be a question your buyer client has. Are there pets in the home? Or have there ever been? Because I'm super sensitive to pet allergies, to pet dander. And so just because a pet was there before, maybe not even currently, they're not going to buy it. Is it in an HOA neighborhood? homeowner association? Are there covenants and restrictions? I don't want to be told what I can do with my property. Okay, well then you shouldn't buy in an HOA governed neighborhood. Can I operate my home business in this property? It might be that there are rules in place that won't let you bring customers to the home. So it can't be a massage business, but it could be maybe something where you're doing Zoom calls, like teaching real estate courses, because nobody's coming there, right? I can broadcast out. It's not going to be a problem. I could do this even in a neighborhood that doesn't allow home-based business, because it's more about the inconvenience to the neighbors. Was there fire previously? Did you disclose that? Here are the first of three that are always material facts. And back when I first got in the business, 1996, this was the hot button topic. Right now, the hot button topic is that we have a lot of wholesalers out there. Wholesalers and loan assumptions are probably going to become kind of bigger. But back then it was about mold and stucco. Not just any stucco, not the real stucco or hard coat stucco, but what's called synthetic stucco. You can't really tell driving by necessarily, but if it's not hard coat or real stucco, but it's in fact instead synthetic, another term is EIFS, which I never know. I can't remember what it stands for. Some people just say EIFS, yes, like that. What they're doing, as you'll see here, is these three sticks in the back there, those are the studs in the wall. They put a wall sheathing and then they put the stucco stuff, and it's all mashed together like a sandwich. In hard coat stucco, there's a bit of an airspace back in there. And so having that airspace allows any moisture that might get behind it to get out, dry out. But with synthetic, they don't have that option. And so when and if moisture does get back there, it just stays there longer, allowing mold to form, allowing wood rot to happen. It's like house cancer. And so by the time you finally realize it and start taking it down, you end up seeing this stuff. And you notice it's around a door or window, because a lot of times the features of a stucco house, you can kind of tell up there, the features are little things that jut out from the side of the house, and they create these 90-degree angles. And if those angle points don't stay waterproof, meaning stay caulked, stay sealed, then rain can get back in there. And then just over time cause decay that eventually reveals itself in the form of like dark spots, or if you were to get it inspected, the inspector might shoot it with a ray, like the laser, to see if it's got a certain temperature difference that indicates moisture levels. They might poke it with a moisture reader to see if it's wet behind there. And these are in the middle of being repaired. So here's the thing. Synthetic stucco, even if it's been completely replaced by brick, still has to be disclosed. If the house ever had synthetic stucco, maybe the owner said, you know what, to heck with this stuff. I'm tired of it. I'm going to take every bit of synthetic stucco off of this house, and I'm going to pay $100,000 and get it made into a brick house instead. And once that work is completed, it's going to look like a full brick house. There won't be a bit of stucco anywhere. Even that seller has to disclose that it used to be synthetic stucco. Why? Because it was such a class action lawsuit generator. It was such an easy potential for this to happen. And even if you've taken it all off and bricked up in its place, this stuff could still be happening under there. If they didn't dry it out completely, they might even need to take out more than what we're seeing and replace it with nice, new, fresh, dry stuff, wood and insulation. Because the mold could still be forming, moisture could still be in those layers back up in there, even though they've put hardy board or brick in its place. So synthetic stucco, even if completely replaced or repaired, must always be disclosed. The seller has to admit it. Then there's these gray pipes. They are called polybutylene pipes, polybutylene or PB. And this is one of those cases like the underground storage tank, where because of the age of the home, you'll know that it might be more likely to have these pipes. If it's built in the 80s or 90s, this was the plumbing pipe of choice. They thought it was the best ever, end-all be-all plumbing pipe. Now they use PEX. If you might heard the word PEX, that's sort of the modern best method these days. Back then, these gray pipes were used, and the biggest problem was when the fittings that joined the pipes were also made of the same gray stuff. All of that's polybutylene. Well, for some reason, those fittings were more inclined to develop pinhole leaks like this. And just think, where do these pipes live? Out of sight, in the walls, in the ceiling, in the floors, and these little pinhole leaks can form. And what if that's in the bottom part of a wall of the bathroom and it's just dripping into the crawl space, and nobody goes in their crawl space very often. So it could have formed lots of mold, lots of wood rot. Termites would be attracted because now they can get their food and their water in the same place. And this just turns into a huge nightmare. So here's the material fact. By the way, polybutylene pipes, another big source of a lot of class action lawsuits. Even if they have ever leaked, poly pipes that have ever leaked, even if they've been repaired or replaced, are a material fact that must be disclosed. So don't fall for this decoy answer on the test. If they say polybutylene pipes are a material fact that must be disclosed, wrong. That is not correct. Poly pipes that have leaked before are a material fact that must be disclosed. So don't mix it up with stucco. Synthetic stucco, even if it's been repaired or replaced, just because it was there once upon a time, yes, must be disclosed. Poly pipes, no, unless they've leaked. Gotcha. Got that? Watch out for that one. What else about poly pipes? Nowadays, instead of using the poly fittings, they might go through and replace all the poly fittings with brass fittings. But it could still be, as we see here, that the links, not just the fittings, can leak. And so I've had a few houses in the past that had poly pipes and just had to disclose to the buyer, look, here's the thing. It could cause problems. It might be that the pipes leak and the insurance policy covers the damage. But think about this. What if you had a house that's fully plumbed with these kind of pipes and you know that that's a very high likelihood it might leak again? One of these pinholes formed, you found it, you got it fixed, you fixed all the damage, but you're thinking, what? What are you thinking? You might be thinking, yeah, but what if another one forms? And I don't want to run the risk that I don't find that one as quickly as I found this one. Let's just repipe the whole house, replumb the entire house with the new stuff instead of this stuff. Well, that might be 20 or 30 grand or more. The insurance won't cover that. They'll cover the damage, but not your choice to replumb the whole house. So just fair warning, sort of FYI. These are all really the things that your broker in charge will guide you on. When you're out there in the business and you sell an 80s or 90s era house, start making lists as you go through the bit. Every transaction, do a post-game interview with yourself and say, write it out a list. What went wrong so that I don't ever have this again? What sort of things can I warn my clients of next time that I sell a 1980s house with poly pipes, so that you have sort of a reminder so that you build on your experiences instead of learning the hard way more than just the first time. And then my favorite one, Breaking Bad, Walter White. Anybody watch that show where the chemistry teacher baked or cooked meth? And so that is another material fact that must be disclosed. The home was used to produce methamphetamine as a meth lab. because in the production of the meth lab, it releases toxic fumes that can get into the walls and the surfaces that can actually get into your system if you live in the house after the fact. It might not even show. They might have cleaned it all up, gotten all that stuff out of there, but because while they were producing it, it got into the walls, it could get into your body too because of breathing. There was a news article a few years ago where a pregnant lady was in trouble because she tested positive for meth. And they were basically saying child endangerment. She was a tenant of a rental property. Come to find out, she was telling the truth. She wasn't a meth user. The house itself had fumes that were coming out of the walls from the previous person who used it as a meth lab, and it was enough to cause her to test positive. Happy ending was it did not affect the baby. She didn't affect her, and the truth came out, and she didn't get in trouble, and blah blah blah. But that's pretty scary, isn't it? That it could be so toxic and so long lasting that months later, it could still get in someone's system. So, fumes, because of the meth lab, previous meth production has to be disclosed. The next question I sometimes will see is, how do you know? Good question. I've never had it happen in my experience, but I would say it's not something that you proactively seek out unless it's a material fact that's a material fact because it's important to your client. If you know, you would definitely have to tell. If your seller knows, they would have to disclose it. But if you don't know, there's no meth lab database. If it's something your buyer client is really worried about, then maybe they should call the local police department and talk about, hey, what kind of drug activity, drug charges, what do you know, any sort of cases you've got about this specific address. Maybe that's a thing that they could do. Here's another thing that could apply to any of these things. What's a way that you could find out, because these are all pretty potentially major insurance claims, right? And one way that you could find out about the previous history of insurance claims, anybody involved in insurance out there? When you get homeowners insurance, one of the things that company is going to look at for the property that your buyer wants to buy, that they're asking them to provide homeowners insurance with, is something called the CLUE report. I put it in the chat. It stands for Comprehensive Loss Underwriting Exchange. And it's a database. It's a record that I think goes back 7 years of major claims taken out against properties. And so you could, as a buyer agent, advise your buyer, hey, let me ask the listing agent to get the seller to provide the CLUE report for the property. Why would you do it that way? Because every seller gets a free one every year, just like a free credit report is available to you for free every year. And it's much easier for the seller to get it than for anybody else, really, because they're the owner of the house. So ask for it. It's not a standard course of business. I don't do it on every transaction. I do it if I'm worried about something, if I'm curious, if it looks like there might have been some big enough issue that would have been a big insurance claim. And again, it doesn't go back forever either, so it may not work, but maybe this poly issue was recent enough, or this stucco issue was recent enough that we can see how big of an issue was it. What else? We can't do some stuff. I already gave you that because you've been reading in your comments section. All of you have read, I'm sure, have read it through at least once, if not twice by now. Pages roughly 5 through 8 talk about these 4 categories. What we as brokers are not allowed to do. We can't willfully misrepresent. We can't on purpose tell people the wrong information. We can't accidentally tell them the wrong information. We better not just give them an answer pulled from air or other places. We better be sure we get the right info before we spout it off. If we tell them something or write it to them, we need to confirm it. And then we better not we can't on purpose keep our mouth shut, hoping they don't ask about a thing and I can just glide right through it quietly. That's willful omission. Or be slack and lazy and negligent and leave something out because I didn't bother to check on something. Any of those things are not going to work. Willful means we knew about it. Negligent means we should have known or found out. Misrepresentation is about we lied about it. And omission is what your mom accused you of. And that's when you keep your mouth shut and you still get in trouble because you should have opened your mouth. And then there's these. These are, in fact, not material facts. So, it's not a material fact if somebody died in a house. Did I tell you about my search story? Like one of my first listings? Anybody remember that story? Sorry, I taught a couple of CEs in the last month, so sometimes I cross my stories up. Long story short, a childhood friend that I grew up with, like playing in the woods as like middle schoolers kind of friend. I went away to college. He's 4 years younger than I was. And my mom called me one day and said, just want to let you know that Audie across the street died over the weekend. And he died accidentally hung himself in the basement. Fast forward 3 years, I'd got my real estate license. His parents had tried to live in the house, and it was really a hard struggle because they, of course, missed him and they'd raised him there. So they were just really ready to just move on. They couldn't live there anymore. And so I was glad to help him because I could just imagine that it would be horrible to try to live there. And the poor mom, he and his mom were watching the news. And after the news at night, he went down to the basement, his little man cave, and she missed him. He eventually didn't come back, and she went down and found him. She found him hanging there. She was tiny, and she couldn't get him down and blah, blah, blah. It was awful. His dad was what I call a professional Boy Scout, meaning he literally worked for the Boy Scouts of America. So he had a special place in his heart for kids, to the point where this was 1994 or 5. No internet, really. No Facebook. But he called the newspaper, submitted an article about this. What's the term? Asphyxiation, erotic asphyxiation. And nobody knew what it was back then. And so he wanted to call attention to it. And if he had to lose his son, at least he could make it so that maybe people didn't suffer the same situation. That's how I think it became more public knowledge than it normally would have. So 3 years later, I come along and I list it for him, and we get it under contract pretty quickly. And the buyer is a single guy, but he's engaged, and his wife-to-be is the daughter of the real estate agent, meaning his future mother-in-law is the buyer's agent he used. And so a little bit extra, right? A little bit of extra fiduciary, extra care and attention. And so 3 days after we closed, she called me. And she was 10 years into the business. I was brand new. She called me really mad because her daughter had found out over the weekend when they moved in from one of her friends who was helping with the move, who somehow remembered that a kid had killed himself in that house, and told the girl who was going to be living there, the fiance, and she was distraught, devastated. And I totally get it. I am not saying that she shouldn't felt that way. And even back then, as soon as I heard this from the agent who called me angry, I was shocked and I was like, I'm so sorry. But the whole time I didn't bother to disclose it because I didn't have to disclose it, because I had just learned the rule literally the year before. I was brand newly licensed and I knew. And so I just didn't want to talk about it. And looking back, I probably would have. I didn't even want to talk about it to the sellers because I knew that their hearts were broken. And I didn't want to pick the scab, so to speak. But now, in retrospect, I probably would have said, I know this is difficult, but we have to address it. What if somebody comes to me and asks me about this situation? How do you want me to treat it? Because here's what my choices were. if they asked me, hey, did somebody die here? I could either say, I refuse to answer the question, which is kind of an answer by itself. Or I could say, but since I did know that it was a yes, someone did. Those were my two choices. I did not ever have the obligation to proactively write it out or say, hey, by the way, when you go look at the house, the basement's where the child died. No, I did not have to do that. And so I didn't. And they never asked either. And so 3 days after closing, she called me all hot because her daughter was distraught. She didn't even think she could live there, the fiance of the buyer. So therefore they were planning to live there together. And I felt terrible. And the way the woman worded it, she said, I just don't know why you didn't find it necessary to disclose the material fact that someone killed themselves there. And so I had to very gently and carefully say, well, I'm so sorry that this is such a concern. I totally understand. But as you might remember, it's not actually a material fact. I didn't have to disclose it. In fact, it wasn't until maybe 20 years later, back when I started teaching in 2018 or so, because I was thinking about this more because of teaching it, I'll bet she didn't stop there. And I bet I wasn't the first phone call that day. What other phone call do you think she might have made that day besides to me to fuss at me? I bet she tried to turn me in. And what the real estate commission would do if somebody tries to turn you in for something that's not a violation, they're not going to pursue an investigation. They have better things to do than to pursue things that are clearly not a rule or law violation. They would have said, well, ma'am, I'm so sorry for your loss for this situation, but he didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing for us to investigate. And it would have stopped right there. So let's unpack this thing. If someone has either died or killed themselves and died because of that, death, murder, suicide, death by either murder or suicide in a property, it is not a material fact. How do you feel about that? You can voluntarily disclose it, sure. I would talk to your seller first because ultimately you want to make sure will they let you? Right. So you certainly wouldn't want to disclose it if it's optional and it could maybe be perceived by them as harming their chances of selling. So it is absolutely a topic for the conversation at the listing table. And then the one on the far left, haunted house, another one. If you know for a fact it's haunted because you saw the pen move across the table, you don't have to disclose it. It is another stigmatized property category. There's 3 stigmatized property categories. These 2 plus the troublesome one in the middle. And this one is what gets most people. If you know that the house in the cul-de-sac across the street has a registered sex offender living there, you do not have to disclose it. How would you know? How do we know where the registered sex offenders live? Well, they're registered. So there's a website. So you can look that up. You could Google it. NC, I don't know, something like registered sex offender or sex offender registry. And you'll see little dots on a map. And you might be troubled to see how close some of those dots are to where your house is because they're everywhere. And if you read through some of the cases, you'll see the age of the offender compared to the age of the victim. And sometimes it's just gross. And sometimes it's like offender 18, victim 17. And while in many cases that's no less bad, maybe it's a case of a boyfriend, girlfriend, and dad found out and got mad. And officially he is a sex offender, but did he really, so they don't go into that level of detail. But my point is, if there's a list of X thousands of these, there might be a certain subset of them that isn't the same thing as a 50-year-old and a 13-year-old. That's totally different ballgame every time. And the next question I get sometimes in these classes is, how is that not a material fact? The minute you have kids and you're thinking ultimately it's all about protecting the kids, how could this be a loophole that is not required? Anybody have guesses as to why this is not an automatic must be disclosed because we got to keep the kids safe? That's a good guess. Privacy of the offender. But the thing is, the offender doesn't have privacy because they're on the list, right? They're on the website. Oh, wow. Interesting. Good example, Deborah. Yeah. Just stupid kids doing stupid things, but crossing a line and ending up on something that changes their life for years and years. Not that it was undeserved, but still. My point is the list might need to have more detail so that we know. I would feel better about living across the street from that kid than I would about some other things. Yeah. So it really comes back to, could it harm someone's real estate value? And that sounds very callous. But think about this. These are convicted sex offenders, felons, who may or may not have a certain, I don't want to stereotype, but they might be okay with lying, some of them. And maybe if they registered that they live in a certain address, they then quickly move out of that place and never update the registry. And so while the registry says they live across the street from you while you're trying to sell your house, they don't anymore because they moved out. But someone who does care looks it up and sees that, and they don't want to make an offer on your house, or they want to pay less because they uninformedly or incorrectly think that that registered offender is still over there, but they're not anymore. That's the thing. The only way I can make some sense of why this is a rule, it doesn't really matter why this is a rule. Just remember, these three things are not material facts. They are considered stigmatized properties that do not have to be disclosed. Here's the thing about it. If they ask you about it, you can either say, I won't answer the question. You don't have to answer it. But if you do answer it, you have to tell the truth of whatever you do know. And then to the point in the chat, talk to your seller about how they want you to handle the addressing of the question before it becomes a question. It may never come up. And if it does come up, don't answer it right away. Say, you know what, let me check with the seller and I'll get back to you. And then if you haven't already discussed it with them, then find out how they want you to proceed. 3 days after closing, buyer finds out the seller's son committed suicide in the basement. The agent never disclosed this fact, and the buyer's furious. What remedies are available to the buyer? You got it. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah, getting right down to the point. What if the person who died of AIDS or HIV? This is an important little nuance that you need to know about. If the death was because of AIDS or HIV, same thing, but even more so, you better not tell them the death was because of AIDS or HIV. You specifically cannot tell them. You got it. Jara says because of the disability category of fair housing. Yeah, you'd be violating fair housing because you disclosed something about their disability. AIDS, HIV is considered a disability, so they like to test you on that. If the answer choice involves AIDS or HIV, watch out, because the answer there is you better not tell them that the death was because of these things, either of these two things. You could say they died there, but you couldn't say that they died of AIDS or HIV ever. What else do? We need to account for funds. We learned that already. We need to be competent. That falls under reasonable skill and care. We need to deliver all offers. This is a recap. And we need to disclose where we're making our money. We're getting a bonus. We're getting an incentive. We're getting Panther tickets. Oh, wait, that's not worth anything. Oh, is it too soon? Sorry. I haven't even watched the Panther game. Whatever we make, we have to disclose, except our split between us and our firm back at the office. But everything else we have to disclose. What may we not do? Make promises we don't keep. We need to disclose any sort of conflicts of interest. If we're going to make money from that other party in the transaction, we got to tell them. And then improper conduct, which sounds kind of like, well, yeah, of course. Consequences for breach of duty. What could we get in trouble with? We could certainly be disciplined by the real estate commission, but we could also be sued. You can always be sued. But some of these things we could be criminally prosecuted over. Seller's duties in agency. What's the seller required to do? Well, they're required to act in good faith. They need to do what they promised. They promise in the listing agreement, as we'll see in the next chapter, to provide documentation, to provide information along the way throughout the transaction to keep things flowing. And they've promised to pay us at a certain point in the transaction. And I say at a certain point because it's about that part in the bottom, earned versus paid. At what point in the transaction do we get paid? You tell me in the chat, please. When in the whole transaction do we get our money in hand? You got it. That's very specific. Perfect, Sheena. Once the deed is recorded, yeah, after closing. And that's even more specific, Victor. After you pay your firm, you get it recorded, you take that check that's made out to your firm, not to you. You take it back to your firm, you turn it into your firm, and your firm takes their piece and then gives you your piece. That's when you received it. But receiving it and earning it are two different points in time. Earning it happened at least a few days, if not a few weeks ago, from the closing day. The phrase, anybody happen to remember the phrase for the point at which you've earned it? It's when you have done what? It has to do with the buyer. When has the listing firm earned the commission? There it is. LeVar says, produced a willing and able buyer. When they have produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. Those three words. Well, if that buyer comes along, makes an offer, sound like they were ready to me. Sound like they were able. Well, I'm sorry, no, skipped it. Sound like they were willing, ready and willing. Were they able? They were ready and they were willing, but until we've gotten the loan approved, we can't say for sure that they were able yet if they were getting financing. If it's a cash buyer, then yeah, all of them are done. The moment that offer is accepted, ready, willing, and able, because all they got to do is bring the cash. So here's where all that matters. What if the deal falls through? Falls apart. The buyer and seller just can't come to terms with the repairs or something. Or maybe the seller just goes crazy for a minute and says, you know what, I don't want to sell it. It's too sentimental. I just decided not to sell it. It's Christmas time. I remember all the Christmases. I don't want to sell anymore. Oh, well, okay, seller. If you don't sell, that buyer can sue you for specific performance. And they can sue you for the money they've spent on appraisal and inspections and survey. And seller, I can sue you for my commission because I brought a ready, willing, and able buyer to you. And now you're not wanting to go through with the sale for no other reason than just changed your mind. Oh. So who's with me? Who wants to get in line and start suing all of our clients together? Is that going to be a good way to build reputation? But sometimes you might kind of have to, because maybe this deal falls apart because your seller goes crazy, changes their mind for no good reason, even though they know all these things could happen. And you don't want to sue them. You're not happy with them, but you also don't want to sue them. But the buyer agent sues you because now they're not earning their commission. And if they're suing you, out of the goodness of your heart, are you just going to take a hit for the team and pay them what they would have earned and not worry about it? Hey, seller, I got this. Don't. You might have to sue your seller so that you can pay that buyer agent. So that's how this thing could really build. Knock on wood, not had it happen, but I'm sure it's happened one time out there somewhere. But the testable thing you need to worry about is seller's duties are to pay us once we've earned the commission. And earning the commission is at the point we have, as LeVar says, produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. So then the question in court is going to be ready and willing, but were they able? So it's going to be what point in the transaction did the seller back out? And where was the buyer in that process at that point in time? Was it a cash deal, in which case they were ready and willing and able the whole time? Was it financed, in which case where was the lender at the time the seller backed out? Had the lender given loan approval? Then yes, we're now able as well. So you owe me my commission. So just know it to that level for that reason. Main thing is we've earned it before we've gotten it. We earned it, and then several days, weeks later at closing, we actually received it. Caveat emptor is a Latin phrase meaning let the buyer beware. And the question you should ask is, beware of who? From whom should we let the buyer beware? Not us. They shouldn't have to beware of us brokers. They should be aware of the seller. Let the buyer beware of the seller. In other words, the seller doesn't have to tell them anything about the property for the most part, except for those three things we just studied. But as far as the leaky roof, the seller could check no representation and not tell them that the roof leaks. That is the seller's right. So let the buyer beware that the seller might not tell him stuff, and therefore the buyer has the right to have inspections and get their own professional to find these things out for them. But it may not be the seller voluntarily telling them some of this stuff. So caveat emptor is about let the buyer beware of the seller. In fact, in the standard contract, it says that all properties are sold as is. You ever heard the phrase as is? When you hear that, we think as it sits. I'm not fixing anything. What you see is what you get. All of them are officially that. But the buyer still has the right to do inspections, and the buyer has the right to ask the seller to fix things, and the seller has the right to say yes or no. And we'll learn more about that in the next chapter. But if the seller refuses to fix stuff the buyer asks for, the buyer can walk away. And if they're willing to walk away from that due diligence money, that non-refundable due diligence money, then so be it. So if the due diligence money in the transaction is $20,000 and the seller won't fix the broken window that cost $1,000 to replace, is that buyer willing to walk away from $25,000 over a $1,000 repair? I'd say probably not. Not too worried about that, making the deal fall through. But if it's a $1,000 due diligence fee and it's a $2,000 window that needs to be replaced, and oh wait, what if it's three more of them? So $6,000 worth of windows versus walking away from $1,000. Yeah, that might make the deal fall through. That buyer might say, well, gosh, I'm going to have to put $6,000 in to get the windows right, or I could just not buy this house and only lose $1,000. That's when they're making some decisions that you might be involved in. If you're their buyer agent, you might help them work through that rationale. When we come back tomorrow, we're going to talk about these general, universal, and special categories of agency. And these are not like, these are the broad, like 30,000 foot view, forest for the trees level of agencies. Like, where does what we do fit in this pyramid? And real quick spoiler, nothing we do, almost nothing that we do fits in universal agency, because that means we have the most responsibility. We could actually sign contracts on behalf of someone. if we're a universal agent for them. And so, of course, an attorney would be a great example of a universal agent. They can do things for people because they have that authority. Someone can make someone else give them their power of attorney. So they could give us as a broker, they could give, and I've had that happen once. My buyer couldn't make it, or maybe it was the seller, to the closing, and in the interest of time, because they asked me to, I'll never do it again. Nothing went wrong, but it's just too much liability. They gave me power of attorney, and it was a married couple. So when you get power of attorney and you sign on behalf of someone as them, first of all, make sure that what you're signing is something they completely agree with and give you permission to sign. So there's stress and pressure there. Secondly, your hand hurts because you literally have to say, Neil Pender as attorney in fact for Joe Blow. Neil Pender as attorney in fact for Jane Blow, times 1 million documents, and it cramps and it's just like, why did I say yes? Anyway, so that too would be a version of universal agency because you're signing for them. We'll get into the other ones tomorrow. Let me know of any sort of questions. You guys are great. Keep on reading, and I'll see you in 24 hours. Well, 20 hours.